COVID, we all saw the economy almost coming or grinding to a halt because there wasn't that much activity taking place. However, as we emerge out of that slump, we started to see some green shoots, promising areas in the economy in different sectors. Talk about services, industry, and agriculture. And today we're trying to pay a bit of special attention on some of these areas and trying to look at the opportunities, because we know there's been a lot of lamentations about several aspects of the economy. Of course, looking at prices, looking at low production, and the associated demand as well being low. But in between that, there are those that are still optimistic, that there are certain anchors where one can actually see progress in different areas. Now, this is just the preamble of the summit that we are having here at Katonga Serena Conference Center. We have assembled a number of experts that are going to help us break down some of these aspects I've talked about. And to crown it all, we have the PSST, who's going to be in the house anytime soon, and he'll be answering quite a number of questions, I'm very sure, from the private sector participants that are going to be part of this engagement today. Now, with me on the panel is Rita Achiro from WARNET. We're going to look at some of the aspects about the opportunities that can be harnessed, and of course the challenges associated as well, and how we can circumvent that. Rita, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, viewers and listeners.
Good, good. Then I have Alain Kembabazi. I hope I've pronounced that right. It's a quite fancy name, so to speak. From ISA, Alain, you're most welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm Alana Kembabazi from the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I think I'll start with you on that note. I mean, talking about opportunities, coming back to our theme again, which is harnessing current and emerging opportunities to consolidate economic recovery. Now, from where you sit, where do you see these anchors,
You have to look at the landscape as a whole. I like to say people also feel the economy in their pockets. So I liked where you started. We were just discussing how it's Christmas and it does not feel like Christmas because people are like, where's the money? The cost of food is still very high. Beans at 4.5 at a time when they're harvesting, which also reflects the fact that climate change has interrupted, and I think people are yet to fully realize the extent to which it has interrupted our food harvest and the extent to which it will contribute to inflation. And we saw a bit of that last year. I think that's a trend that is continuing. Unfortunately, I was a lot more optimistic, but also shows that government needs to double down on efforts to mitigate climate change. It seems to be here to stay, and it's very important because right now the Conference of Parties on Climate Change is happening. I know Ugandans have been discussing the size of our delegation, but it doesn't take away from the seriousness of the issue. I also think that people are feeling very burdened. Like I've said, no purchasing power, taxes are due, end of year. There is, by the way, that waiver, which you should take advantage of if you owe taxes before end of December, but we'll even have the money. And part of why there's been this additional squeeze on taxes is because we have high debt as a country. So the government has to make payments. Right now, we are spending more on debt than we spend on our healthcare, than on our education, than on our social protection. And the impact of this, an ordinary Uganda is feeling. You go to a hospital, they lack drugs, or they lack health workers. Medical interns were striking because they were not paid. You are paying out of pocket for education. You're paying out of pocket for health. So when do you save? And then you also have to pay taxes. And then, of course, they've been talking about, really lifting incomes, bringing people into the money sector, and talking about putting a lot of money in parish model. But then you have to transport that produce. And what is the state of our roads in this rainy season? I had a whole rant just trying to get here today and saying this is the capital city and this is the state of our roads. So you're making everything expensive and inaccessible for the ordinary person. So you have big trucks not getting to villages to bring the produce, and a lot of them make their money from beans, from matoke, I'm talking about like regular folks here. And they're still having to pay for healthcare, education, out of pocket. So for many Ugandans right now, the economic situation hasn't really changed since COVID. In fact, it has worsened. During COVID, they could afford food, right? And so I think those perspectives are important as we look at the broad macroeconomic indicators. Because, for example, if you look at the debt sustainability, you'll be told we are medium risk. But medium risk means you pay the creditor. But at what cost for your people, right? If you look at aggregates, we've given this much for parish model. But like I've said to you, if people either have not really been getting it or it's yet to deliver because of these other poor infrastructural issues, then the economy is not going to do well, because the economy is ultimately made up of people. And when you begin to lift their incomes and their well-being, when you invest in public services, then you can begin to say the economy, you see there'll be a ripple effect. Right now we're seeing a lot of inequality. Those who have. Those who don't have, don't have. I want to say one last thing because of the supplementary budgets that are happening right now. And I think many Ugandans are also asking, okay, it's the end of the year. If you're going to bring a supplementary, are these items you're bringing, are they truly in our interest for the regular Ugandan? So I think those are the discussions that we are hoping to see come out more strongly today. I do want them to see them anchor everyday people, particularly women, because women are the ones who bear the brunt, particularly when public services fail. When you don't have roads, when you don't have good hospitals that are government or education, it is the woman usually paying out of pocket. And I know Rita will get a bit more into that.
I hear you. Thank you very much, Elaine. Now, talking about women, of course, we have Rita Chiro from Warnet. That is your constituents. In as much as we
no
are all
apologies for that.
in as much as we are all your constituents as well. Now, she mentions, of course, the reality that we are contending with at the moment. But amidst that reality, of course, we know that a bulk of our budget is going to service our debt, and that is taking away a lot of funds from critical sectors of the economy, education, health, mention them. Now we're talking about roads. Where are the green shoots amidst this tough reality? Where are the positive anchors that we can harness as a country to pull ourselves out of this depression?
First of all, when you talk about the opportunities and the positives that we can take advantage of as a country, it's very important for us to acknowledge that at every level there will be challenges, for starters. So this is not just a government challenge, but it is a challenge at every level, and it's at global level as well. So appreciating that there is a challenge is the starting point of solving a problem. Now, what are the opportunities that we can harness in this challenging situation? We must, first of all, thank the Almighty for positioning us where we are as a country. As much as we are complaining about the rains, there are people who are crying for this rain. So food productivity, unless it's really excessive that food gets rotten, and of course we don't have proper storage, the one of the lowest hanging fruits for us to harness this is to increase productivity of food, first and foremost at household, and then secondly for exportation, if we can. And we should do that, actually, because we are placed in a region where we have neighboring countries that are struggling with food. So that's an opportunity to harness. And I'm not talking about exportation of coffee, cotton, basic cassava, sweet potatoes, maize, beans. These are things our neighboring countries are yearning for. So then how do we harness that opportunity? The other is using our population. Using our population. We all know that close to 78% of our population are below the age of 35. Now, these are people who are fast-moving, fast-thinking. How do we ensure that we tap into that energy is directed in areas where we need them most, ensuring that it is attractive to them in this case, is agriculture attractive to the young people? And if it's not, how do we make it attractive? They want maybe technology. Can we get tractors? Can we get combined harvesters? Can we market online? Can we process things that the young people can quickly get into? That is a low-hanging fruit, the population that we have. The other hanging fruit is, of course, the attempt that government has put in place, having different programs, projects. We have PDM, that is, to me, PDM is a stopgap mechanism, and all the others that have come and passed, the Women Fund, the Youth Fund, Operation Wealth Creation, these are stopgap mechanisms. And I don't think, at a personal level, I don't think it's something we need to encourage for long term. Because people need to work for money. Create an environment where people can work. They would work a lot more money than the 1 million they get per, I don't know, is it a village or a, that should be money per household if you created that environment. So the stopgap mechanism is one of those opportunities we can harness. The fourth and last for me is recognizing the unpaid care work of what you called my constituency, the women. The women and young women in particular heavily subsidize government by providing services that are not recognized, that are not even quantified economically, but it's subsidizing what government should be doing. That is an opportunity we saw it during COVID, when we were all locked down. We were back in our homes, back in our families, but those services offered by women and girls is what sustained families and the economy. The first people who were most of the people who are providing services they were under the radars where the women fall. So recognizing that as a contributor to our economy is something that can harness our economy.
Very much, Rita. Now, I'll come back to you, Alain. She mentions a very important point, that is the demographic dividend that we have as a country. I mean, there's no doubt Uganda has a young population, quite a number of youths, and if you're talking about, of course, the key factors of production, labor comes in handy. Yeah. And when I was looking at the numbers, contributors to our GDP, services contribute over 40%, around 42%. And you're talking about a GDP of about 45.5 billion US dollars, depending on the numbers you're looking at. That is over $20 billion every year. How do we get our people into services? Because again, I was looking at the same numbers. A bulk of our people are into agriculture. Now the contributors are services, manufacturing, agriculture, in that order. How do we get our people into the services sector, especially young people, to, start contributing more?
I mean, I think you can't address the elephant in the room, the lack of education. You're right, we're a mostly young population, and how many of them are educated? You start tracking, they drop out at P7. Why? Lack of school fees. S1, S2, many of you have young people as your house help. Some of you are even 18 years old in your homes because they lacked school fees. And so they then go for the thing that is just available. They become the unskilled labor and will always earn less because as a government, we have failed as a country to invest in public education. Public education is in our constitution as a right. It is in all these regional instruments across the African continent, and we are still failing to do that. And until we do that, we will not be able to truly lift the incomes of young people. Because even to truly harness the impact of agriculture, there are certain opportunities you will get when you are educated. So that is the first thing. And I keep saying that if we could begin to understand that our youth, and I'm aging out of them, but our young people are the future. And I keep saying that Africa has so much to offer because we are mostly young people, and by 2050, we shall be the largest workforce. But we are ignoring educating our young people. And then number two, when they get educated, what opportunities do they have? The statistics are depressing. The fact that many people will finish school and they will have to be connected to get a job. You've heard of people paying money to get shortlisted onto something. They have a degree, right? So then in areas like Karamoja, where government really struggled to get people to invest in education, the parents are thinking, we put the kids in school, but then they're not getting the jobs, right? And then number three, which is something that Rita was saying about, if we begin to get people to redefine their understanding around issues like agriculture, but the way for you to get them to redefine is by making it more lucrative, by addressing simple things, the lack of roads. I'm sorry that I have to keep going on about this because my dad has coffee and bananas, but the big trucks don't come home because the roads of his village are crappy. So you find you're like, I think I'm playing, let me first leave these things, right? So until you begin to prioritize public services, healthcare we haven't talked about, education and roads I've talked about, but healthcare, many young people, you finish school, maybe you get your first job. You're supposed to be saving, investing, money market funds, all of that. They call you, your mother is sick, you clear your account, you get into debt. Until we invest in our public services, the young person has no chance of truly getting up. And that is very depressing because these young people, they're failing to get healthcare, education, good roads now, with money that is being borrowed in their name. And they are going to have to pay back this debt because the tax and how much is going to be taxed is going to be a whole lot more 20 years from now. And I keep telling you guys to look at Kenya, what they are facing now vis-a-vis when they were younger. So it's a double tragedy. If you fail to get public services now, and you've not been able to be set up to be competitive in the future, then you're having to pay all of this debt and taxes. And what happens for most young people? They leave. Our health workforce, you cannot continue to frustrate medical interns and expect that they're not going to go to countries that need them. So how then do you build your country? Because they're going to have to feed their stomachs, right? You can't expect someone to work all those hours in a hospital and you're not paying, or every time they have to strike, then they sit home. So again, we have to invest healthcare, education, roads, the public services for the young people. People talk about empowering the youth. Right now it's climate change, empowering the youth. But the way you empower them is to make sure they have the skills and the financial resilience. And that comes from the public services. And for young people, for me, it's a wake-up call. You need to get involved in discussions of the economy. They may sound boring. You may hear, I don't want to hear macroeconomic convergence criterion. I don't want to hear tax. But let me tell you, every discussion, like right now, the supplementary budget, it is going to impact on whether or not you people begin getting, sufficient money to your schools, to your public schools. So some of these things you need to just get involved in and ask questions. And I think it's a tragedy because sometimes I argue that our leaders, the leaders right now, I don't know if they understand the frustration that the young people have. And if inequality continues to rise, it affects political stability. So it's more important than ever right now for us to actually listen to these drivers of inequality, invest money, especially in our public education system, and try to make sure young people are able to survive.
Thank you, Elaine. Moving on, Rita, we've seen, countries, starting with where we sit here, East Africa, governments being deliberate about economic integration. I mean, you talked about agriculture, and I think Elaine here is referring to it a bit. Of course, there's a problem with infrastructure in certain areas, but then markets are another critical element. And I think that's why we're having these integration processes taking place. Beyond East Africa, we're talking about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Now, for starters, our private sector, and by private sector, I mean all participants, from the big players to the SMEs, and I think, Elaine, a number of SMEs today, if you look at them, they are driven by young people and your constituents, women. Are they smelling the coffee?
I want to start from the question you first asked. what needs to be done to get our population into services and productivity. We are told that at one point Uganda was at the same level with the tiger countries, South Korea, and you know, you can read all this rhetoric. We also know that for those of us, those of you who did some history, unfortunately European history, there's one philosopher who said they learned nothing and forgot nothing. So if the South Koreas of this world, the Singapores of this world are where they are, maybe we need to rethink and become now students of those countries. The little bit I know about those countries that made a 360 degree and took them to the level of projection and propelling them to where they are and where they're heading. There are three key things that we need to do as a country. I know we complain about our population, but there's a limit of how much we can complain. We need to start using this population to our advantage. That means we need to invest in human development capital. The quality of education and the relevance of the education. Are we educating for yesterday, for today, or for tomorrow? The type of students we're churning out, the type of courses we are having in our institutions, let alone the tertiary institutions, right from, you know, the basics, 6 years going forward, are we identifying talent? At times I wonder, why did some of us waste time, like me, why did I waste time studying chemistry, biology, knowing very well I would never, because if you had put me on my, you know, trajectory of, you know, my English, my, you know, doing things that I know how to do best, yeah? Probably I would have been much better even than what I might today. So identifying talent, training people for the right things. I know universities, in the next 5 months or so, we are going to see so many graduations coming up. But believe me, you look at the courses we're doing, where are these people being absorbed in the market? That is what those countries did. Some of the European countries are training more technicians in colleges than training people from universities. Plumbers, electricians, you know, caterers. So are we harnessing this population? And that is the secret we need to unlock. It has to be intentional, as you said. The other thing that we need to do, which is very important, and of course also looking at our comparative advantage, the land, we have very good land, we very fertile land, relatively good weather and the rains and all that. Leveraging on that, can we get the population, the young people, as I said earlier on, and train them, to retool them or tool them to, you know, get into that industry? We would probably be producing food for East and Central Africa, if not the whole of Africa. We don't even need to start chasing people to pay taxes. People would be voluntarily paying taxes because they are making money. The other issue is capital. Accessing finance and facilities in this country is one of the most expensive, not only in the region, but in the world. So how are these young people that you're training from universities, who are very innovative, who are up on their feet, who are thinking on their feet, going to access facilities that will put that energy into productivity? So these countries that I said we needed to be their students had capital. The third issue is industrialization. We might have the good weather, produce and all that, but if we are not industrialized, we are not even absorbing the graduates that we are having in the industries. You have engineers who don't have jobs, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, and I don't know who else, all those scientists that we love in this country, yeah? And we really are so proud of them, but they don't have jobs. When we were growing up, we didn't know that doctors would never have jobs. Now doctors cannot be taken up in government hospitals. They walk like us, from clinic to clinic looking for jobs. Doctors. What would motivate a young child to become a doctor in this country? Or a teacher? So for me, those three areas are very, very crucial for us to move.
Thank you very much, Rita, and thank you, Elaine. Viewers, that has been our icebreaker for our 7th edition of the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, NTV Economic Summit. And today we are looking at harnessing the current and emerging opportunities to consolidate economic recovery. And at this moment, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, who is going to be taking over, taking us into a discussion. We're here live at Serena, and we are picking it from there anytime. Thanks. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and our esteemed stakeholders, all protocol observed, good afternoon once again, and thank you so much for weathering the weather. It is with immense pleasure and great anticipation that I extend a warm welcome to each one of you at the 7th Economic Summit, convened under the theme, Harnessing Current and Emerging Opportunities to Consolidate Economic Recovery. Today definitely marks not only a momentous occasion, but a collective endeavor towards shaping the economic landscape of our great nation, Uganda. As we embark on this transformative journey, we are truly privileged by surrounded by the pillars of our economic ecosystem. We do want to recognize our esteemed stakeholders, also our key partners and the generous sponsors. Allow me to express our profound gratitude to Stanbic Bank. Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Deposit Protection Fund. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. The Uganda Development Corporation, a round of applause for them. Prudential Insurance has also been very instrumental in shaping the 7th Economic Summit. A round of applause for them. The Uganda Revenue Authority, the tax collector, is equally in the house. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them. All these collectively have come together to unwaver the commitment to advancing our economic growth. Your steadfast support underscores the collaborative spirit that is essential in navigating the complexities of our economic landscape. In a special way, we want to extend our appreciation to our invaluable partner, and that is the Ministry of Planning, Finance and Economic Development, the esteemed convener of this 7th Summit. The Ministry's foresight and dedication has been instrumental in orchestrating this gathering, providing us with a platform to delve into the critical discussions that indeed, after today, will pave a way for sustainable economic development and recovery. In the face of all these unprecedented challenges, the theme for this summit does put us in a place of collective resolve to not only confront the current economic realities and also weather, as many of us have had to make our way through the drench of the rain, but also seize emerging opportunities for a resilient and consolidated recovery. As we engage in a fruitful deliberation this afternoon over the next few hours, let us leverage on the expertise in this room to charter a course that will foster 1, innovation, 2, inclusivity, and 3, sustainability. It's in this spirit that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you to the 7th Economic Summit. My name is Priscilla Regina Naloga with Nation Media Group, the most dynamic media group in the region. I'll be co-hosting this event alongside my colleague with whom we do Morning at NTV with, Chris Igeni. Good afternoon to you, Chris.
Very good afternoon. When I was co-opted in to come and be part of Priscilla and the team, I asked, am I a PA today or am I a co-host? He said, well, you can be a PA. Not bad for a PA who is as tall and elegant as you. I was like, wow, that's interesting. So I'm going to do the job as prescribed by Priscilla to be able to take you through our program as we shall be moving this afternoon, if you may. Our theme, of course, is harnessing current and emerging opportunities to consolidate economic recovery. We've had our welcome remarks, and the arrivals and registration has already been undertaken. Thank you very much for that. A round of applause for that very cooperative move. We shall be hearing from the General Manager, NTV, that is Jackson Omolo, pretty shortly. We shall also have a keynote address that will be presented by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, who is also the Secretary to the Treasury. He's already with us here. Many thanks for making time, sir. We shall have a panel discussion that shall be moderated by the indefatigable Dr. Fred Mahumza. I see you're here with us. Thank you very much for making time. And that panel will be constituted later by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Ramadan Gobi. We shall have Mrs. Ann Juko, representing the financial services sector. She is Managing Director at Stanbic Bank. The manufacturing sector will be represented by Andrew Kilonzo, the Managing Director at Uganda Breweries Limited, and Dennis Dokoria from the Uganda Development Corporation will be speaking on what I understand to be a four-pronged investment thrust that the Uganda Development Corporation is up to in ensuring that investiture in some of these private sector entities is present on the part of government. Later, we shall have an opportunity as the audience to ask some questions where we shall also share our views and ensure that those aspects that may have been missed or, well, presented in another way are also captured from the audience, after which a panel rejoinder will respond to those specific questions as asked by you. And after that, we shall have our closing remarks that shall be delivered by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and later we shall be entertained at a cocktail. That is pretty short, precise, and very exciting, not so? Great. Priscilla.
Well, thank you so much, Chris. The hashtag across our social media platforms is hashtag NTV Summit 23. We do recognize the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury. You're most welcome, sir. Now, this is the 7th Economic Summit that is in partnership with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, together with NTV. However, there's been 6 other summits that have come before this one. When you look at the 6 years of the summits that have been, this engagement has been very successful in critical support for the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the private sector that is well represented in the last 6 years and into the 7th year, and of course the professional community that is with us this afternoon. Now, during the 6 summits past, stakeholder groups have pushed the agenda towards sustainable solutions and also provided useful ideas for the acceptable monetary as well as fiscal policy actions to trigger sustainable growth with jobs that do cater to the following frameworks. The first framework, looking into the current National Development Plan 3 that is now at mid-term review. You do have Framework 2 that caters to the Uganda Middle Income Economic Status Strategy. Then you do have Framework 3 that caters to the National Vision 2040. That's the program. Framework 4 has been catering to a robust domestic direct investment imperative, as well as a partner to quality foreign direct investment with respective monetary and fiscal policy regime that is to responsive domestic savings as well as investments. And of course, Framework 5 has catered to rebest, mainstreamed and robust Paris Agreement COP21 and the Sustainable Development Goal Framework. It begs the question, why should we then be here for the 7th time and counting? Well, we are seeking to address the recurring threats to the Ugandan economy, which can be attributed to regional, global, as well as domestic shocks. Key issues to be looked at for the possible solutions and responses include: 1, the effects and the possible short, medium, as well as long-term responses to the continuing Russia-Ukraine war on the Ugandan economy and the potential challenge for cutting on the donor funding. You also do have the climate effects. You do have COP28 currently happening in Dubai. We will have our own version of that here in this room this afternoon. It also needs urgent attention. A robust and responsive domestic revenue mobilization model that will cater for the debt sustainability. It's been a recurring conversation, and someday I hope that we can cross it off this agenda for the economic summits, as well as unpacking the National Development Plan 3 for investment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's upon this background that I introduce you to the 7th Economic Summit. To kickstart our agenda, allow me to invite to the podium Mr. Johnson Omolo, who is the Managing Director with the Nation Media Group, NTV to be exact.
The Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury, who is our keynote speaker, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Kenya to Uganda, Ambassador George Owino, the Chairman, Nation Media Group Uganda, Professor Sam Sejaka, our partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you once again to the 7th annual MOFPED-NTV Economic Summit Series. We are holding this series for the 7th year under the theme, Harnessing Current and Emerging Opportunities to Consolidate Economic Recovery. NTV has endeavored to shape public opinion and arouse public intellectual discourse over the years through hosting such events. To be able to continue articulating this vision, we need a robust economy. And this summit seeks to focus on the key areas that have a potential to act as new economic drivers for growth, inclusive growth in our country. In line with the theme for this year, we need a candid discussion on harnessing the opportunities that exist in our midst. Private sector growth is key to economic growth of any country. As we speak today, private sector remains constrained with the high cost of capital, non-tariff barriers for trade within the region, and I think it's important that we also look at our fiscal policy measures and openly and candidly agree whether there could be a need to review the fiscal policies that we have so that they can be able to stimulate private sector growth than curtail them. While Uganda's economy has remained resilient and is on a steady growth recovery path, there are also emerging external global challenges that we cannot undermine. We have seen regional instability in our key trade markets, Sudan, South Sudan, DRC, and also in the Middle East. We don't know what that portends to our economy. But we are optimistic that today's discussion will help to shape opinions on critical matters around the economy to consolidate growth. I will leave the discussions to the experts. With my few remarks, it's my pleasure to welcome our group chairman, board chairman, to welcome the permanent secretary and secretary to the treasury to give his remarks in their order. I thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Johnson. PSST is teasing me that he did not know that in the private sector we also have bureaucracy. But I'll stand on the protocol, which you have used, Johnson, and use this opportunity to welcome all our guests here. Thank you for turning up. The weather is so inclement out there, but you have made it. And I do hope you will benefit from the conversations that are going to take place here. My third point is I want to thank government of Uganda, especially the Ministry of Finance, for keeping on sponsoring this economic summit. And surely, if we keep on talking, some good things do emerge. So thank you very much, government and all other sponsors, for the support that you're giving us to run these economic summits. As the chairman of Nation Media Group Uganda, and since you are here representing the government, I want you to take this message. We are partners in development. There has been a culture in the media that if it bleeds, it leads. So we always have a lot of that. If a dog bites a man, that's not a good story, but if you bite a dog, we are more inclined to write that. So every now and then, we have clashes with the government. But I want to assure you, our guest of honor, PSST, that we are your partners. And we will continue to work to mend relations. We are not parasites, and actually we pay taxes. We are not parasites. Unfortunately, there's a lot, the pains of development are myriad. Right now, I think on everybody's lips, we want to take you to task for the state of Kampala. But I don't know how we got here. So naturally, we will write about the state of Kampala and forget all the other good roads that you have worked on. So that is human nature. So maybe we need to have to establish more channels of communication, more rapport. But also you do a lot of good things and you keep quiet. It is called smiling in the dark. Can you smile with us so that we put these things in the newspapers, so that we also praise you for the good things you're doing? With those few words, may I go back to the bureaucracy and invite the keynote speaker to address us. But before he comes, let me tell you one thing. Always behave nicely. I used to be his boss. Now he is my boss. So when you are going up, be careful when you are coming down. My boss, can you come and speak to us?
Thank you very much, Professor Sejaka, for reminding me of our past. His Excellency, the Ambassador, the Professor who's the chair of the media house that is hosting us, the MD of NTV, all of the CEOs are present, and all fellow Ugandans, wherever you are. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking Nation Media, but in particular, the NTV Uganda, our co-organizers of this summit, as well as all the sponsors who have sponsored this conversation I also take the pleasure to welcome you all to this 7th Annual Economic Summit. Of course, I welcome the audience that is following us on the TV, as well as those in the room and others who are live streaming across the world. We are very happy as the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to partner with NTV to engender a conversation centered on opportunities. Opportunities which are available today and those that are emerging to consolidate our recovery. Let me start by reminding every single one of us, Ugandans, that countries usually take off when a bigger majority of their citizens start to think like economists at all times. How do economists think would be the question. Economists think mainly in 3 key ways. Number one, that everything we do affects everything else. And therefore, we can only succeed if we develop the discipline of embracing trade-offs. Number two, economists think that people only respond to incentives or danger, nothing else. You either put in place the right incentives or create enough danger. People will respond. And number three, economists think that any action that can bring with it results usually has significant unintended consequences. Economists look at these 3 things using 3 core tools: economic rationality, marginal analysis, and optimization. Economists believe that everywhere people try so much to make the optimal choice, people are optimizers. But as we optimize, we sometimes make mistakes. Therefore, government's main optimal task today is to turn the challenges and the several uncertainties ongoing around us into opportunities so that we can improve people's lives. But in the process of doing this, sometimes government also makes mistakes. This one needs to be understood. Primarily, government must keep the macroeconomy stable. Keeping the macroeconomy stable tops the economic goals of all goals that a government pursues. Why? Because when inflation rises, for example, into double digits, it raises the cost of living, thus wiping out incomes of the citizens. This undermines other economic goals, such as growth, jobs, investment and business, wealth creation, even economic perspectives like structural change. After macro stability, government has another goal, and that is to accelerate the monetization of the economy so that we can achieve socioeconomic transformation. The target here is to fast-track economic expansion as we make the economic opportunities more broad-based. The target is to achieve the greatest good for the greatest number. With more economic prosperity, an extended number of citizens of this country will be able to overcome other social political challenges. For example, richer countries find it easier to achieve and sustain what some people in our country here are losing their voices discussing. For example, research shows that since 1946, 47 democracies have collapsed in poor countries. But no democracy has ever fallen in a country with a per capita income higher than $6,055. That's about 22.6 million shillings a year. So no country in the world where, on average, every citizen earns just $60,000 has ever seen democracy failing. Now let me turn to the opportunities we have got to make Uganda's economy bigger, healthier, and more broad-based. First, the macroeconomy of Uganda is relatively stable. We have arrested, as I've always said here, the inflation is under arrest in Uganda. And we have reduced it below the target. We have achieved this by avoiding working at cross purposes to the Bank of Uganda. And as a result of this, the economy has expanded to a GDP of $50 billion. That's about 185 trillion shillings as at June 2023. And it is projected to expand further to $55 billion by June next year. The shilling has remained relatively stable against the dollar and other major currencies. These things, when we are stating them, they sound very normal. There's nothing much in terms of to talk about. But that's when you have achieved them. There are those who are grappling with them. The exports of goods and services have grown to $6.2 billion by September this year. This is a growth rate of 49% compared to 12 months ago. The EAC, East African Community, is the major destination of Uganda's exports, accounting for 40% of the total exports, followed by the Middle East, 22%, and Asia, 20%. As a result of this good performance of exports, the goods trade deficit for Uganda has declined by nearly 9% to about $3.3 billion as at end of September. We have actually registered a trade surplus with the East African Community and the European Union of US dollars 775 million and US dollars 63 million during the recent 12 months ending September this year, respectively. So we have had a trade surplus with the ESC of $775 million and with the EU. Apart from the traditional exports, like a coffee, like a gold, like tea, like cotton, like fish, like food, we are now net exporters in the region of manufactured goods. We are talking of sugar, for example. We exported sugar of $131 million to the region. Cement, $90 million. Plastics, $68 million. Beer, $29 million. And soap, $2 million. Now, there lies a foundation for us to take advantage of and continue to export to the region. When I turn to tourism receipts, we have recorded some good recovery. Tourism has brought in $1.07 billion, about 4 trillion shillings in the past 12 months up to September this year, while remittances by Ugandans, those who are working abroad, have increased to $1.4 billion, about 5.2 trillion shillings. The foreign direct investments have also flown in, and we are talking of about $2.8 billion, 10.5 trillion shillings have come in. Where are they investing? They are investing in oil and gas, in agro-industry, in tourism, in mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, and portfolios, in that order. As at the end of September 2023, we have also seen the oil and gas industry, for example, bringing in $7.1 billion. That's about 26.5 trillion shillings worth of investments since we announced the final investment decision in February last year. In the next 25 years, we are projected to earn between $25 billion and $50 billion after netting off the investment cost in the oil and gas. All of these present opportunities for Ugandans because we have also worked on a very good local content framework, where of these investments, about $7.1 billion in the oil and gas, nearly $2 billion is for local investors. And many of them, local, as we call them. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is very serious on ensuring that Ugandans partake in this sector. So all of that I've said is as a result of mainly the macro environment. But now I turn to also some microeconomics. We have everything required now to feed the region. The recent geopolitical tensions in Europe have shown us the opportunity lying below our feet. 14 African nations relied on Ukraine and Russia for half of their wheat. You can imagine that. 14 African countries are relying on Russia and Ukraine to feed themselves. In total, Africa imports food worth $23 billion a year. That is 86 trillion shillings. Even if we got just a quarter of that, we are good to go. Thirdly, despite our self-inflicted mistakes, and I'm choosing my words very carefully, but deliberately, despite our self-inflicted mistakes and inadvertent self-hate, Uganda's economy is enjoying a favorable international perception. Why? Because Uganda now is ranked the most attractive economy in the ESC to the investors, and it is the third in the entire Africa. This is by the Africa Risk Reward Index of 2023 by the Oxford firm. On average, investors in Uganda enjoy positive and growing returns on their investments. The return to domestic investment, for example, grew to 13.6% in 2022. 13.6% return on investment, on average. And this is the highest in the ESC and the fourth in the entire Africa. This has been boosted by enhanced investment facilitation in the form of a brand new one-stop center for investors as well as businessmen at the Uganda Business Facilitation Center, among other developments which are ongoing, such as e-government. As government, we are now automating our systems. You can interact with the government without going to a government office. We have also one-stop border posts across our borders, which we are putting up, among other things. In addition, the capital and infrastructure gaps are narrowing. Professor Sejaka said, when we are in Kampala and you talk about infrastructure, someone is saying, what are you talking about? These potholes, which are like subways, I want to assure you that those we are going to fix them. But we have fixed all the other gaps, and we are continuing. I will start with the access to patient capital, which is fast improving. Government has already deployed 1.4 trillion shillings through UDB, where Professor Sejaka was a chairman a couple of years ago. 1.4 trillion shillings is now out. UDB does not have money for lending. It has been taken by our manufacturers and the value adders. We are now looking for them nearly 1 trillion shillings to add on. We have also invested another 1 trillion through Uganda Development Corporation and deployed 890 billion through Agricultural Credit Facility. Arrangements have also been finalized to deploy $218 million, this is 820 billion shillings, under the Invite Fund to facilitate manufacturing SMEs to export. To equalize opportunities, another $217 million, about 815 billion, code-named GROW, is underway to facilitate women in business so that we can graduate their enterprises from informality. This is money for women, managed by the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Government has also deployed 480 billion shillings through EMIOGA to the less privileged and hitherto left out wealth creators. They are those people whom we elite don't want to think about. We have also thought about them, and they are not creditworthy for my good friend Annie to give money in markets, on stages of border, in small garages, and so on. We have also set up 200 billion fund, that is in shillings, to support formerly run small businesses that were hit hardest by the pandemic to recover. The only fortunate bit I want to ask Ugandans to tell me why is that there is very low uptake of this money. Some were saying because of stringent conditions. We relaxed the conditions, but still uptake is low. I was told recently that one of the reasons is because most of the businesses, because the main condition we put is that the business must be formally run. Most of the businesses in Uganda are informally run. Even those which are large enough to be formal, they are not well formalized to access such funding. Then the big one, 2.32 trillion shillings has so far been allocated for the parish development model to kickstart a mass financial inclusion drive across the country. The goal of this model is to lift more Ugandans out of subsistence economy so that we can achieve faster structural change. By November this year, the national rollout of the PDM had reached over 970,000 beneficiaries. Government has also stepped up investment in science-based research and development to kickstart a knowledge-based economy. Not forgetting the investment in the industrial park infrastructure, trying to connect them to reliable electricity, water, paved roads, ICT, and other infrastructure. There is a beehive of activities going on in several of our industrial parks. In the oil and gas sector, which I already talked about, The East African crude oil pipeline, HICOP, is on schedule, while negotiation is to build the oil refinery and a petrochemical industrial park at the tail end, where investors who have expressed interest and negotiation is to close those deals ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, government is ready to invest more in tourism, especially in marketing Uganda. We just need a best fit in terms of which way is the best to approach it. A year ago, when I asked, what should we do for tourism? I received an answer, support UTB. I supported UTB with the budget. Down the year as we are implementing, I got again signals that, no, you are putting the money in the wrong place. I asked, what is the right place? They told me marketing Uganda. I said, now, how? The point is, how do we market Uganda best? I would want us to close that conversation. We are ready as government to invest more in marketing Uganda, just to show us how. All said, we are mindful of the possible risks, because it's not all rosy. And most importantly, we have a plan on how to mitigate them. The first major risk we are having is the low tax revenue base. We are collecting only 14% of GDP. The average for our peers in the region is 18%. And without revenue, we can't spend enough in areas which require strategic resources. So what are we doing about it? We are focused on improving tax administration. On the cup of coffee before I came, I was receiving some feedback, unsolicited, free feedback, very honest feedback on some of the challenges the taxpayers could be having. But I want to tell you that we are focused on improving our tax administration, including using ICT to fight tax evasion. Because tax evasion is real in Uganda. We are also working to ensure that we rationalize tax exemptions. Please underline the word, it is rationalization. It's not stopping them. And how are we doing this? We want to improve the effectiveness of these exemptions, but also to increase the revenue itself. We are also working to expand the tax base. That's why we stopped the idea of introducing new tax measures until we are sure that those new tax measures are not falling on the same people who are already paying tax. How do we enlarge the net so that compliance is not punished? We are also having the second risk of rising public debt. Although we are still below most of our regional peers in the tax to GDP ratio, our main concern now is the increasing share of the budget that is going towards debt service. The proportion of revenues spent on debt repayment has increased to about a third of the budget. And as government, we are responding by implementing a fiscal consolidation agenda. And in this agenda, we are cutting on domestic borrowing, we are enhancing revenue collection, but also we are rationalizing the budget itself. We have also the risk of unpredictable weather patterns. These days, if it's not prolonged dry spell, it's floods. When it's not raining at all. When When it starts raining, it's as if all the rains have converged in Uganda. That's the seasonality which we are monitoring. Apart from damaging the infrastructure, these weather vagaries often undermine agriculture activity and lead to food insecurity and inflation. We have stepped up investment in irrigation, and also we are incorporating climate resilience in the design of the new infrastructure projects. The other fourth major risk we are facing is the regional and global geopolitical tensions. These are distorting supply chains, affecting trade, and causing worsening balance of payments deficits. We have also further tightening of global financial conditions, and this could weaken the shilling, raise the cost of external money, which already has increased, or weigh in on the financial sector stability. The last major risk we are having is AHA, Anti-Homosexuality Act 2023. It impacted some concessional financing and bilateral trade. However, we are now in the advanced stages, actually the tail end of addressing it with our partners. We have progressed so well with the World Bank working on measures to ensure that this law does not affect the implementation of our pro-people projects. And very soon we shall be concluding that. I now want to conclude by saying that Uganda is slowly turning into a land of inexhaustible opportunities. The economy is fast expanding to take full advantage of the equally fast expanding regional market. The key binding constraints to doing business, particularly the high cost of capital, electricity, logistics, and government red tape, are being addressed. The macroeconomy is stable and expanding, thereby creating a favorable environment for business as well as investment to earn a high return on their money. In particular, there are emerging opportunities brought about by the nascent oil and gas sector to complement our incumbent sectors of agro-industry, manufacturing, services, particularly tourism, trade, ICT, and finance. Government is cognizant of the fact that the median business in Uganda is an SME. We all know how important small businesses are to this economy. They create jobs, they lift families out of poverty, they invigorate our communities, they produce up to 70% of our GDP. As we look to the future, we will be particularly focused on investing more in SMEs, particularly those owned by women and the youth. We are committed to investing in two key opportunity equalizers, education and financial inclusion, as we work to grow the economy by tenfold in the next generation. The generation after Professor Sejaka should be a generation of tenfold growth. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, the PSST to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. PSST, I would like to, before you recognize His Excellency George Owino, who is the High Commissioner, Kenya, pleased to have you, sir. We do recognize the Stanbic Bank CEO that is seated also on your table. You're most welcome, madam. And all the dignitaries with us, the CEOs, the MDs, you're all most welcome. Especially we want to recognize Deposit Protection Fund. We also want to recognize the Uganda Revenue Authority that has been part and parcel of coming up with the 7th Summit. Uganda Women's Network has been very instrumental, and they opened up a preamble discussion into the 7th Summit expected representations, the Uganda Development Bank, Stanbic Bank, and of course we also do have other comrades that are with us. I do recognize the the PSFU team that is also amongst us. Thank you so much for being with us. Now, because we are time spent, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Dr. Fred Muhumuza as he helps us deliberate the matters concerning our theme for the 7th Economic Summit, Harnessing Current and Emerging Opportunities to Consolidate Economic Recovery. Dr. Muhumuza, you're most welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Priscilla, and PSST, thank you very much. Today was a day for memories of where we have come from. Your boss, you became his boss. We mentored each other in these spaces. You became my boss. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunities and what happens on your desk. Quite a lot of things that are emerging in economics, and it's really given us, economics is about trade-offs. You cannot eat your cake and have it. So really, as some opportunities walk in, to look at them, you have to let go of some other things. You have to think so deeply. So this 7th summit, and we're being consistent on these summits, is about what are the current and those emerging opportunities. But sometimes some emerging opportunities may not be good for the economy. They might be good for an individual, and we'll have those conversations. As an economist, there are times when I think the incentives coming up are not good for the economy, but they are good for an individual. Really, your car breaking down or floods in Kampala is an opportunity for some people who make money out of these floods. I've seen those with big muscles carrying others. So there are certain opportunities that do emerge, and they are certainly not good for anybody. When you are driving and you are slow, the thieves now have an opportunity to break into your car. And they will be definitely making sure those potholes are deeper, wider, and broader. Because remember the expressway, the northern bypass, they used to throw stones to stop you. Now, the weather is stopping you for them. So those are the kinds of things, a trade-off. And PSST has really underlined that thinking of economists. We also have the issue he has created of incentives. What kind of incentives are we seeing? What incentives are we posting out there? Economics is really a game of pluses and minuses. So you want to make sure the total of the pluses is bigger for everybody. Taking us through this conversation, we have invited, there is no doubt, you are the MD of the biggest bank in town, and Juko Stanbic. Please come and take the floor. If you really want to know what is happening in the private sector, you want to talk to the bankers. Because like doctors, people go there and really disclose everything about themselves. So the bankers meet the real private sector, who listens in, who have to tell them what exactly the business is like, what opportunities they are seeing, but also sitting with the bankers are those risk analysts. They really don't want to put other people's money where it is risky. So sometimes I see people say, why are the banks not lending to us? It is not their money. It is other people's money. They are intermediaries. So they sit in there to see and look at these opportunities. So she's here to tell us quite a lot of what she sees from where she sits. But there's another person who really runs the private sector on a day-to-day basis in a very fast-moving business, Andrew Klonzo. MD, Uganda Breweries. There is a law coming to limit us. I was telling somebody who is doing it that is going to limit PSST's tax collection, because we have a tax on every bottle that gets taken. But as people are drinking and we limit those hours, we might also limit the tax revenues if people drink less of the taxes. But having a chat with Klonzo, he told me he only manages 36 or 35% of those who drink. 65% we don't know what they are drinking. We don't know whether they are paying taxes. We possibly don't even know who they are. But they are settled within our borders. So what is happening out there, I don't know. But there's another person doing investments for government. Patrick Birungi, where are you? Uganda Development Corporation. He has sent us somebody who will ably tell us what is happening. Because when government is investing, it looks at different parameters. When private sector is investing, they look at different parameters. So we have a full board. PSST will come back later to have conversations. We want him to have the privilege. Am I having the boss of the boss? I see a conversation with inside the group. There's one thing that Bank of Uganda tells us who are in the banking sector. I don't want to hear anything about group. So there's a conversation inside the group. Let the group continue with the conversations. I really want to open up this conversation, and the rest of you who are in the room and those of you who are outside this room, this is your meeting. This is your conversation. So we certainly want to hear you. Jeff, there is a chair at the extreme end. I'm told you deal with unit trusts. Let's go and sit in that chair. They have been growing. We see you. You see our numbers, see you, and they tell us, what have you been doing out there with those unit trusts? Jeff has been in this industry. He will tell us a lot more. Jeff, we have been together in these summits since the first one. And the number 7 in Uganda is a number you don't want to forget. We call it number 7. It sits on plot 1 in this country. So the 7th summit should be taken seriously. Those of you online, please, those of you wherever you are, in the comfort of your sitting room, in the comfort of where you work from, please feel free to send in those comments and questions. We will be able to pick them up, because after my panel goes through a few rounds of discussions, we will be able to bring you on board, because you feel the economy. As I always say, it is the households, it is where you sit that makes the economy. This building is really sitting on pillars we can't see. It's made up of individual blocks. That's what makes Serena Conference Center what it is. So you, the households, are really our target. I want to really start with my panelists. And let me start with Madam Jiko. You've heard the PSST. What did you hear? This is a blank check to you, but responding to what did you hear? What excited you most? What did you say? This, I agree. Maybe this, I need a discussion. You don't have to disagree. In these spaces, we just discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhumuza. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand on the protocol that was observed earlier and start with thanking the Honorable PSST for a wonderful address. And I've picked a lot from what he's told us. I will start with the good, but I'll also mention some areas where I feel that some work needs to be done or a little more attention needs to be paid to. But first, the good. I want to commend the PSST, his team at the Ministry of Finance, as well as other policymakers for the incredible work they've done to ensure a stable macroeconomic environment. I cannot overemphasize how lucky and privileged we are to be having policymakers that take the time and effort to understand what needs to be done and then have the courage to do it. Uganda's macroeconomic environment today is where it is, not by accident. These things don't happen out of the blue. They are simply by design. And every metric that you take has been carefully considered and worked on to get to the result we have today. Whether it's inflation, we follow a inflation targeting monetary regime, and then our magic number is 5%. Despite inflation that is raging across the globe, he urged us earlier to think like economists. And indeed, any economist will tell you that inflation is a cancer in any economy, a cancer, real cancer, and that you cannot, it robs you of growth when you sleep. So inflation must be fought at all accounts. And to be able to fight inflation in Uganda, bring it down to our target level, now we're talking 2.9% headline inflation, is no mean feat, especially when the global inflation numbers are twice that, and even the region are also much, much higher than we are. So we want to commend you, PSST, and your team and the regulator at the Bank of Uganda for this work done. The second metric, which is equally important, is the exchange rate. Our exchange rate has been both stable and liquid. Those two are important. It's one thing to have a fluctuating currency. It's another when you don't have liquidity for it. And if you doubt the impact of this, I invite you to speak to our friends in Kenya or in Nigeria or in other places. It is a real crippler for any business, especially those of us who are relying on both import and export as an economy. So to have a currency regime that's open, we run an open capital account, and to be able to do that and still maintain the liquidity that we have. Today, we enjoy a special privilege. When I talk to other bankers across the continent, they think I am making up stories until I invite them to come. I tell them that when my customers want to buy dollars, they simply come to the bank and say, I want to buy $1 million, and they will get it. And those who want to sell go through a similar process. Friends, these things should not be taken for granted. Minus these things, we have a different economy. I'll tell you a short story. One customer of ours who's in a particular industry was looking, immediately after COVID, was looking to expand, and they were looking for a manufacturing line. And of course, you know, stocks had been backed up and logistics were a nightmare. So they were unable to find this line, and they moved all over Europe trying to find this particular line that they wanted to install. And they couldn't get it until they landed somewhere deep in Germany, and they found the line, like, now I got it, it's exactly what I want. And they told him, no, sorry, this thing has been booked by a manufacturer in Kenya. They booked it, we've manufactured it for them, and indeed we'll give it to them. Then they asked, but has that person in Kenya paid? And the person hadn't paid. So they called the manufacturer in Kenya. This is a true story. And the gentleman said, no, we have the money, but we have it in Kenya shillings. We're just waiting to get foreign currency to be able to send you the euros. How long will that be? I'm not sure, but I'm working on it. That, my friends, is how that line ended up in Uganda, because the Ugandan investor was able to snap it up like this and bring it, and right now they are producing and going ahead. So the impact of a liquid and well-managed currency cannot be understated in any economy. So we thank you for that work, and we hope that it continues. The same is true when you talk about GDP growth. We've also continued to enjoy good GDP growth. We're now talking about 5.3%. That's a good thing. And last but not least is our debt. PSST mentioned that indeed debt is starting to be a concern, but compared to our neighbors, friends, we're doing very well. I want to commend the government of Uganda and the people who do this work for being prudent. A few years ago, when it was fashionable to do Eurobonds and LIBOR was at its lowest rate, our regulators were smart. Our policymakers said, no, we shall not drink that Kool-Aid, and we shall not participate. Today, if you look at African countries that are grappling with foreign currency debt, most of them participated in the Eurobonds, right? So our economy and the stability we're enjoying today, and sometimes Ugandans, I think Chairman Professor Sejaka mentioned it, we are drawn to the negative stories, and we will write about the potholes, and we should write about them, but we talk about the negative far more and forget the good things that are happening in this country. So I want to confirm to you guys, as a person who plays in the economy every day, we are getting some things right, exceptionally well. And we should applaud our policymakers for this. They are not sleeping on the job in the areas that matter. Having said that, though, sir, there are a few areas that I feel very strongly about that must be addressed. And I was hoping and praying that in your address they'll come out, but I'll leave them to you, and I see there's room for you to come back in your closing. First is the matter of tax collection. I speak on behalf of my customers. In the manner in which we're doing this, we must be a little more reasonable in how we approach this. Second, and equally important, is to the SMEs that we seek to protect and grow. We must have a different tax regime for them. The same way when a seed is in a nursery bed, you treat it differently. You add more water, you put more fertilizer. We really have to look at our SMEs and extend grace to them. Because as you rightly pointed out, They are the engines of our growth. They're the largest contributor to employment, and they hold the biggest promise for economic development. So we must, as a matter of policy, protect the SMEs. Third, and equally important, is on the taxes we collect and how we spend them. Ugandans pay taxes painfully, but they pay. But when we pay, we would like more accountability for what we have paid. So how we spend public financing is a big, big part of this. And all of us are tightening our belts and we're doing austerity measures and cost controls. We would like the government to demonstrate the same cost controls. It is very, very important. It gives back faith. We start to believe in the system more. We start to say, you know what, I will pay, I will declare more because I can see where it's going. It's difficult for me to be swimming through Lake Bwaise to come to work and not think about my tax payments that I'm making. I'm like, where is my money going? This is a simple truth. So as a government, we are answerable to the people from whom we collect these taxes. So that's point number one. The second one, it will be my last, is on the matter of human capital. You mentioned growth and investment in education. I wanted us, and I'm sure you have many clever people who can run models. Friends, we add, and we participate, I'm a big participant in maternal health in Uganda. It's my personal crusade. And because of that work, I've come to work with the Ministry of Health much closely, and I see the numbers. Every year, we add between 1.2 million to 1.4 million brand new babies, Ugandans, every year, right? 1.2 to 1.4 million. These people, the economic planning that we do today must take into account the ballooning population that we have. How many new schools are we building? How many new hospitals are we building? How many new roads are we building? So that we are able to reap the people rush to talk about the population dividend. Friends, it's the same way you sit back and say, oh, it is raining, the rains are good, I'm going to get a good harvest. If you didn't plant, you won't be harvesting. If we're not planting and investing in human capital in this country, there'll be no population dividend to reap. And so my conversation and concerns are in relation to education and the investment there too, health and the investment, training. We hear you and we applaud you on all the funds that are coming through to help on the unemployment problem and the training problems, but more needs to be done, and a clear policy on population management, human capital investment, and clear deliberate outcomes when it comes to the population dividend that we seek to reap. All these are important so that we can talk about sustainable economic growth. Last but not least, I will now, I've been speaking I haven't mentioned Stanbic thus far, but I think I should briefly in these remarks and talk about how so very glad I feel when I hear the PSST talk about the national plan and I go back home and think about the Stanbic plan. The alignment is absolute. It's total. Whether it's investment in financial inclusion, we're right there with you in our Circle Fund. We've put 50 billion Uganda shillings into circles. We continue to do the same. Whether it's investment into women enterprises, we've done 49 billion this year alone in the Stanbic for Her program, and we've touched more than 10,000 women. We continue to do so going forward. Whether it's in education, our national schools programs, whether it's in oil and gas, I'm pleased to report that of the $7 billion that have come as FDI, Stanbic alone we've worked on close to 50% of that number coming through us. So we are fully aligned and fully with you, sir. I think in the words of his passed on poor guy, our former mayor, he said, he wanted to say that he's supportive. He said, our behind is on you. So we are also fully supportive and we are fully aligned in the economic development and growth of this country. Thank you very much, Fred.
What a good way. Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Those hand claps really appreciate your input. You've talked about the fasts. One of my first moments with Anne, we were discussing whether government shouldn't issue a Eurobond way back in time, and everybody told us everybody is issuing a Eurobond. Uganda, you have oil. Why don't you issue a Eurobond? Thank God the conclusion was no. And we live to tell the legacy. The other first time I heard about Subir, he was being arrested at the airport for carrying dollars. People used to be arrested for having dollars. We need to be reminded of these things. So now when she says you can walk in with your $1 million and sell it, walk in and buy it, and the PSST is not bothered, what are you going to do with it? You are serving the economy. So we've really come from far. And these are moments we have really raised. Again, as I said, remembering the history, I sit in the office where PSST was, but my father told me when you get into an office, change something. Even if it's make sure the door is now here or the chair is now there. I changed the chairs. At least I had to change something. So the chair I used to sit on is nearer to the window. The one that was nearer the window is where I am. This is Makerere University Business School Economics Forum, which he so ably nurtured, and my team is here to take notes. We do research for him and for this economy. So my team is here, and thank you very much. Our principal will be joining us, acting principal, so we are part and parcel of this. And this time we've been able not just to bring knowledge, we also put in some money. Possibly the first coffee that was taken was courtesy of Makerere University Business School Economics Forum. We are in business to make sure the business environment is good. Priscilla, how good is the business environment out there with the social media?
The sixth summit was in Victoria Hall. We are moved to the 7th to the next floor, which is now Katonga. So we're also changing things around. But we're keeping things going on our social media platforms. We are streaming these. Now, I know that we do have subscription to the Uganda Development Corporation that is in this room, well represented, but the subscribers are out of this room and are following us on our online platforms. So we are streaming on our online platforms. The hashtag to follow the stream on is hashtag NTV Summit 23. We also do have subscribers to Prudential Insurance that are also online. They're not in this room, but would like to know every deliberation in the room. Equally on our social media platforms, on the X app, NTV Uganda, on Facebook, as well as our YouTube channel, NTV Uganda, you'll be able to share the link with everyone necessary in this room, but not privileged to be in this room. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Priscilla. And you can have your beer, courtesy of Andrew Kilonzo. I'm sure your people out there are brewing, distributing, but what is your take from what you heard from the PSST this afternoon, you who sits in the real domain of where the rubber meets the road?
Super. Thank you very much, Dr. Mumuza. I think when you spend a few minutes with the doctor, be careful what you say. Because I think I let the cat out of the bag and spoke to a few things, which I will qualify again. I will again stand up, of course, with the protocols already observed. I mentioned to the doctor that all of us in the formal manufacturing, regulated, licensed, producing certified products, adhering to all the regulations like tax stamps, sampling, only constitute, according to Euromonitor study, 35% of the alcohol produced and consumed in Uganda. So that is an independent body that have done the analysis, and they're saying all of us who are formal, myself, others in the industry, produce 35%. So there's 65%, which is, we call informal and illicit. That is where the consumption is. I know there's been a lot of stories going around, especially this season, where policies are being reviewed. I even got a WhatsApp message from my friend next year about the consumption of alcohol in this country. I would ask you all, research, where do we rank when it comes to manufacture? We don't even show up in the top 5, top 6, top 7. So there's a mismatch. I just want now to speak to PSST's remarks to confirm that story of progress. We have lived it. The formal industry, and we are privileged to cut across all, I would say, all aspects of the economy, whether it is, we call it from grain to glass, from the farmers, the logistics to get the farm produce to our factories, to process it for use by industry, to invest in industrial scale production, because that's what we do. We are industrial and we are industrializing this country. To now the side where Daktari would know, the consumption. That is the downstream part of the business, a huge part of what we do in this economy, including accessing financial services to lubricate that whole process is what we call upstream. Farmers, logistics, pre-processing, manufacture, and then ultimately distribution across this country and servicing what at the latest count is a service industry of almost 106,000 food and beverage outlets. The number of jobs that we create, the number of livelihoods that we impact every day are significant. At the latest count, I think between, especially the beer manufacturers, we are at about 806,400 jobs impacted from grain to glass. Now the impact of policy, and there was a big shift about 10 years ago when the government called out the utilization of local raw materials in the manufacture of our products, especially beer, and extended further into distillation, caused the private sector, ourselves, to invest in agriculture, which has monetized agriculture for up to 53,000 plus farmers. So policy translating into private sector investment. We have partnered with bodies like NARO, government bodies, to transition their research into real solutions for farmers, whether it was fertilizer, seed, getting the right seed for various regions, and looking at new products. We grow all our barley in Uganda. Yeah? Whether it is in Kapchorwa, whether it is in Chigezi, we are growing, or in Rwenzori now we are looking at that. We are growing our barley here. And we have our neighbors coming to buy the barley. So there's a scramble every harvest season where we have to make sure we secure the barley that we need for our manufacturing. Over the years, we have invested in new sources of raw material like sorghum. Sorghum was not used in beer 12, 13 years ago. It is now a good source of raw materials for the industry. What does that do? Now more arid areas are able to grow sorghum, which acts for those farmers as a cash crop. And during tough times, doubles as a food reserve. So the investment, the policy the government put in place has not just secured industrialization or monetization of the farmers and feeding the industry that we sit in. It also has unlocked new solutions. We are doubling in cassava, quite a difficult product, but we are seeing breakthroughs every day. And we are looking at other things. Do we go into fruits and what have you? We have worked with the distillation industry in this country to grow, to raise the level and the quality of the distilled spirits in this country to the level that it is now exporting. I'm privileged to be part of East Africa Breweries, and our partner business in Kenya imports a bulk of its spirit from Uganda. Yeah. So we have come here, we have built the capability with our partners and be able to unlock opportunities, not just locally, but also through export to partner companies. And we know there are others who are also, of course, coming because the quality levels are now international. And I think that is where the benefit of supporting the formal sector in our industry, for instance, or in any industry, is that the companies that are investing in industrialization have the capacity to unlock growth at scale. And I think that's what we need. You know, speaking to what Madam Juko talked about, the mouths that are coming in, we need to scale up, and we need to scale up fast. How do you do that? Big industry is the way to go. And supportive policies that don't work at cross purposes are key. We have, I think, borne the brunt of a lot of regulations, and we are happy with regulations when they are in service of the country and the economy. You know, we are willing, for instance, there's one where we have to apply tax stamps to our products, which is, you know, for accountability purpose, fantastic, because we can account for each and every product produced real time. On my lines, URA are seeing how much am I producing as we speak. It is fantastic. We put markers and they go into the marketplace and can be verified in the market, whether they were produced, where they were produced, when they were produced, by whom, and the legitimacy of that product. I think the only downside is when my product that has gone through that rigorous regime of monitoring and counter-monitoring and audit sits very comfortably in the retail sector next to another product that has not gone through that. Right on the same shelf. So again, we have the right policies, we have the right rigor in terms of accountability, we have invested behind that. I believe we are pointing in the right direction. I think the impact, especially in the trade, is going to be that next transformative trigger or catalyst for us. When those measures will mean that we'll have a level playing field in the marketplace, and that everybody that is in the industry is following the same regulations and meeting the same high standard of monitoring and accountability across. So with those few remarks, I beg to.
Thank you, Andrew. Economists, what PSST would have added, we actually work like the medical profession. We are not witch doctors. We deal with real issues. So if you don't speak to the real people who run the industry, you can easily become a prophet, you just prophesy. But when you sit with them, then you hear their pain, you hear where you have gotten it right. PSST mentioned Kenya is our biggest destination of exports. Now you can hear the real people who are exporting there, and the importance of policy to speak to those spaces. So as we take advantage of what people were importing from Ukraine and Russia, which is wheat, Kenya still imports a lot of wheat. We still have a lot more to do. But you also need some of these items to do the production, add value to them. There's entire value chain. He's talked of Captura. On my second time in Captura, I was actually tracking a USAID-funded project. It used to be called Agricultural Productivity Enhancement Project by USAID, and it was introducing barley growing in Captura so that it can create senator beer. And we really went there and found the entire value chain addressed. And that's how it picked up. But of course, the bankers said agriculture is risky, we are not going in there. And USAID just gave a blank check, say if they don't pay, the post-dated check is with you. And they gave it to Centenary Bank, and Centenary didn't cash the check because the 600 farmers paid. And then they expanded them to 1,000. Now what was interesting, Kitili Mbathe, who was sitting right where Anne sits today. His wife was sitting right where Andrew is. She said, why is my rival funding my business? So as we went in, that blank check had really opened it up to the banks. Now the two big banks were competing in Kapchorwa to roll out the wheat growing opportunities, where we can just trigger incentives and signals. What signals can we give as government so that the private sector can pick it up? These two people are sitting in those institutions several years ago. I've never forgotten that experience of something that works. Then we spoiled it. Because that was all happening because we had said, if you source raw materials, no tax on the raw materials and the product. As it rolled out, we introduced a tax on Senator beer. The rest is history. It began to struggle. So policies do matter, is the message we are bringing up here. They can give positive signals, they can give negative signals. And that's important for us as we go through this conversation. I'll be giving you more of the numbers, but Dennis Dokoria, you sit where part of the government money goes. And we are really looking at you with interest now that the PSST mentioned how much money has given to UDC. And right, as Juka has said, it's our money. But now you don't have to account to us about our money. But what else are we going to tell us? Especially that, speak to the PSST's communication and also what you see in this market from the Uganda Development Corporation perspective.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to bring greetings from my Executive Director, Dr. Birungi. You know, when you're in his position, anytime you get an assignment or you get called up, so he had an abrupt call that he could not make it. So he sent me to come and fit in his big shoes, of which I am going to do my best. But others, I'm Dennis Dokoria, and I speak for the UDC. So first of all, when your boss has spoken, the PSST has spoken, and as government, we must toe the same line. So ideally, one thing I would say is that, yes, government has created a very enabling environment for the private sector. And in doing that, government saw it fit to re-establish the Uganda Development Corporation. I know most of us, or some of us here, know about the old UDC, the UDC that was formed in 1952. Now, that UDC was key driver of industrialization in this country. And very many companies or many enterprises that we can talk of today were part of the old UDC. It so happened that by the 1970s, UDC contributed almost over 30% to the GDP of this country and was the second largest employer to the government then. Then definitely we had upheavals then, and eventually in the late 80s and 90s, government took a different policy direction and decided to go for liberalization and privatization. And indeed, most of the enterprises that were under UDC were privatized then. And 98 UDC wound up and closed. But later on, government realized that private sector alone may not fully engage and engage in certain areas that government requires, that government requires for socioeconomic transformation. And the conversation started on reinstating UDC with a mandate to promote and facilitate industrial and economic development in this country. And that is the journey we started in 2016. So we are not very old, but we are still old. So we call ourselves an old and new institution. We are old because we were born long ago, and we're new because we still carry the same mandate, the old mandate, but we are doing it again. So The economy, and just like the PSST said, the government has invested in UDC. But UDC, the private sector actually sometimes think that UDC is competing with them. But UDC is not competing with the private sector. UDC is facilitating the private sector and is promoting industry and supporting the private sector. And that's more reason why right now Uganda Development Corporation is supporting up to 16 enterprises just in the few years that it has been in existence. Key to the enterprises we support are in the areas of agro-manufacturing, because we all realize and we all appreciate that this country is an agro-based economy, and we cannot avoid intervening in agro-manufacturing. So in agro-manufacturing, we are intervening in quite a number of sectors of commodities. For example, we have intervened in the tea sector. I know right now tea is struggling, but it's a very key sector because we realize that there are issues to do with employment, job creation. Now, when you go to the tea sector is one of the big employers. One, it employs quite a number of people when it comes to working in the factory. Minimum 300 people work in a tea factory and more. Then you also see that the farmers who are supplying are also employed. So we are looking at how do we transform the economy by investing in sectors that are key to socio-economic transformation of this country. And we realize tea is one of them. We are also investing in the sugar sector because sugar, just like the PSST said, sugar is one of the key exports. And we think that if we invested in such a sector, then we are likely to have a lot of exports. And once there's export, then there is foreign exchange, when we talk about the trade balance position of this country. Many of the enterprises we're investing in, we're also looking in terms of export promotion and import substitution. We have gone into coffee. We are supporting coffee as well in the Bugisu sub-region. We are also supporting fruit processing in Yumbe, that's West Nile, and in Soroti. We have also supported the cotton sector, where we're supporting an enterprise in Luka. We have also gone into cassava value addition in Nwoya, and also we're also having prospects in Acholibo. So key to our investment is what we call our investment principles, and that's what guides us to invest when we're investing. One is job creation, both direct and indirect. Two is utilization of raw materials. Now, how much are we off-taking from the farmer? Because when you take raw materials from the farmer, then you're sure that you're transforming a life, because it has a watered-down process until the last person, until the last mile. Three is the trade balance position. Export promotion, import substitution. How do we also get involved in that area where we support industry that is able to export products? Now, when you listen to what the PSST said, that we have Uganda is key export area is the region. So how do we enhance? Because the government has gone into integration. Now we are bringing Somalia on board. And if Somalia has come on board, how do we take advantage of these markets? How do we take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area? How do we take advantage of the regional markets and all the international markets that we are talking about? And what we are saying is, how can we enhance industrialization within our country so that we're able to export to these places? And in doing that, we do not forget that we don't want industry to be concentrated only in the center. So that's why most of our innovations are beyond Kampala. we intervene in the community. So we have a deliberate process to take industry to the people so that we are able to develop other areas that may not be as attractive to the private sector. You know, the private sector may not be comfortable to go in some areas, but we are saying we're going there. Another area of our intervention is the extractives, in other words, the mineral beneficiation. And we're saying we would like to also invest in that area. Sometimes the capital requirement may be very big, and probably private sector may not be very comfortable to go into it. So we partner with them and see how we can also engage and go into that. Currently, we have prospects in Moroto for marble, cement, and lime. We also have a prospect for sheet glass in Masaka. We are also looking into iron ore in the western part of this country, and other extractive minerals that we are looking to engage in. And the last area of our engagement is in the services area, what we call infrastructure and services. We have gone into construction. We are working with a firm. If you all know about Abibekar, we're going to road construction, and that is one area we have gone into. And beyond road construction, we are also into the hospitality and tourism sector. So if you know the Speak Resort Convention Center that is being constructed to host the NAM, we are also involved in that facility. So in the services sector, we also are in Kalangala. We have supported KIS, that is Kalangala Infrastructure Services. And the Kalangala Infrastructure Services is offering transport services, ferry services. So we have connected the mainland to the island. And we are also generating electricity on the island, and we have also provided piped water to the island. So all this is to support socio-economic transformation. So not only are we looking at economic, but also we are looking at the social transformation. We want the livelihoods of the people in these areas to improve and to grow. So to us, we thank the government and we thank the PSST for giving us the finances to do what we are doing. All we are asking for is that we are requesting for capitalization other than projectized funding, so that we get the capital and then we are able to invest, other than funding is tied to a project. Because sometimes we get a lot of investors coming in and requesting for our services, but because funds are tied to specific projects, we may not necessarily support them at that time. But key to us is that, yes, we have gotten the 1 trillion and we have invested the 1 trillion. And right now, there is impact in the community. If you can see, 16 enterprises are already operational because of what we have been able to give them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. The conversation is really on how do we get this economy going. I'll soon open up the next linkage. Dennis is looking for capital. The man on your left has capital. When he looks at you and you look at him, you want, after this meeting, to ask him, what do you see? Because possibly the reason you're looking at the PSST to capitalize you is Anjuko here is not ready to capitalize you. She says she's ready for a partnership. But maybe you have walked into a space where the private sector feared to go because of the risks that it saw alongside Anne. But those must be dealt with. Anne, I'll be getting to you. Andrew has told us he has 106,000 outlet agents. I know you two have gone agent banking. You possibly be telling us, how do you get down to those small micro entities and link up with them, because those are really the feet of the economy. And as we talk of those small micro units, Jeff here deals with unit trusts. That's why I'm telling Dennis, that man there has some money. You may want to find out if PSST's budget is tight. Who else has money? What do they need? Jeff, what did you read out of the PSST's remark?
First of all, I would really like to thank the PSST for creating a favorable environment for engagement. I think I can safely say that before him, it was a bit tough to engage. And since he came on board, he is not afraid to discuss anything. And that is very... and we are going to give back. We are going to respond, since you have opened that door. I think I come from that space where we pool our savings of Ugandans. I've been in that space for decades, and we have been privileged by largely Ugandans who have trusted us with their savings, and we have invested it and we give them returns, and they keep on coming back. I would like to also state that we have busted that myth that Ugandans don't save. Ugandans actually save, but the question is in what type of instruments. They do save, and they want to save. So there's that policy space in the savings area which is looking for improvement. And in the corridors at the coffee tables out there, the PSST said he wants to open a conversation, or he has already opened a discussion space on domestic revenue. Domestic revenue is directly linked to domestic savings. There's a direct correlation between domestic revenue and domestic savings. And PSST, we are ready, able, and willing to make our contributions in that discussion, because we believe that we have hardly tapped even 10% of the savings which are available, provided the appropriate instruments, the appropriate savings instruments are developed to tap into those savings. I'm talking now as private sector. We strongly believe that this economy is performing below par. We can do much, much better. We think we can even, year on year, I think I've mentioned this before, year on year, we can do 8% GDP growth and more. Again, it requires building some teams, working together, and moving forward. Because if you look at the sectors, like the banking sector, where Madam Anjuku works, if you own a bank in this country, as we say, you can play golf, daily for 12 months and still turn a profit without even lending a coin. If you own a bank, the treasuries are enough to keep you going. And right? Yeah, they're enough to keep you going. But that means that we need to have a conversation where it's win-win. Because we in the private sector, we like win-win. Let the banks make their money. Let the government get its revenue. And let the savers, the investors, get their returns. And these days, we're into not just returns, which the doctor calls return on investment. We're also on impact investment. We're after impact. Impact returns. I agree entirely with Madame Juko on human capital. Because whatever achievement we make annually, when you crunch the numbers, those achievements can be negated in a flash by a setback in education. Yeah, and I'm speaking here to sustainable growth. Homestead education for human capital development is very important. I want to call out my friend Amanya Mushaka's commission. Really? 3 years? They've been at it, I think, 3 years now. That's the commission which is looking at the Uganda, that's a review, right? Commission for the Education Subsector. That thing can be done inside 6 months. Inside 6 months. But let's encourage them, PSST, to come out with the report so that stakeholder groups can validate it and we move on. It's taking too long. There is also the matter of health. If you told us, PSST, if you told us that next month, come up with a national health insurance proposition, we will have it. Oh, there you go. If you told us to do that, we'll put it on your table. Again, we'll call for stakeholders to sit down and validate it. All the ingredients which make national health insurance work are here. We are talking about homestead preventive health because we think that the curative part of it is not so interesting. But the preventive part is more interesting because it can take us very far with the lowest level of investment. Why am I making a fuss about homestead preventive health and so on? Because those are our savers. We need their savings in order to invest, yeah, and make some money for ourselves and for themselves. To the extent that today a health emergency can wipe out everything in a family, it is worth taking it seriously and challenge us PPS. We shall respond. And then the one which is very, very current, that is homestead biodiversity, this climate change and thing. Some people think that it's just an academic discussion somewhere. You know, it's not. It also affects the savings proposition. You get wiped out by rains, which come as a deluge. You get wiped out if it doesn't come. In that space, there's insurance, there's all manner of instruments which can come into play, and it's win-win for everybody. My last point is on is still to do with savings. And the moderator alluded to it. Our PSST, if UDC needs money, all it has to do is to come to us in the investment banking community. We can securitize something, yeah? Make them issue an instrument. Maybe we list it, and they get that money. And that kind of funding helps with their governance as well, yeah? When you have my money, UDC, if you have my money in your bank, I'm going to make sure that you don't invest in certain places which I'm not comfortable about, or I'll make a big fuss, so that that money goes in the right place, and at the end of the year, when you're doing your AGM, I'm going to be there asking for my returns. And then if you assure me of those returns, I'm going to be asking for the impact. So there are many ways to get money, not just from the PSST, but from the general public. Not just from the PSST. And when you get it from us, you give space to the PSST to use the money which would have given you somewhere else. So we are available. We're available. Now, debt. Debt. There's nothing wrong with debt. Absolutely. Yeah. Nothing wrong with debt. The only thing is that there's something in a debt instrument. There's an engine in a debt instrument. If you listen to it and there's no signal of stimulus in that debt instrument, don't take that money. Yeah? This is what we do. If the debt you are taking on is not going to improve, if the numbers show that it's not going to take you to the next level which you are targeting, don't take it because the money looks good. Because you end up converting that debt into equity. You'll pocket that debt, and that's what's happening. That's what we see in that space. People are borrowing money and then converting that money into something else, and then Anjuko calls in the debt because she's got wind of that, and you see people having problems. The best kind of money is when you pull funds. Some of us are living proof of pulling funds. You pull funds, and then you bundle it. It becomes one instrument. You invest it. You get returns. So we are there, ready and willing to help. Our unit trust funds, just for your information, we are now #1 in East Africa. Yeah? Yeah. This small Uganda, we are now #1 in East Africa. Yeah? #1 in East Africa. Yeah. The other dollar-denominated unit we launched the other day, Chairman Sejaka, am I allowed to disclose where we are? Thank you. We have just passed the $10 million. Yes, but don't start competing with us now. Yes, this is Uganda. I'm just trying to share with you that Ugandans can invest. There's a myth that Ugandans don't want to invest. And I conclude by saying that we need a conversation on savings instruments which are domestic. We need a conversation on when somebody comes to PSST and says he wants to invest in infrastructure. PSST tells them, okay, fine. I have some group of Ugandans who can also pull funds to invest in this thing, so that we also, our face is the first to be seen in that investment portfolio. Thank you very much.
There you go, speaking to the realities of the economy. As we've said, the economy is interlinked. Quite often we tell people invest, save and invest. But not only has he spoken to the side of investment, but also what quite often undermines investments. If we do not invest adequately in the health sector, then people are going to prioritize whatever little money they have to health, and then they will have little left to save and do their investments. But also looking at savings, I was looking earlier on at the numbers. If you are going to save in the banking sector, you may get 2.7% savings, but a fixed deposit is 10%. So what is happening in this sector? What is happening within? What signal are we giving? PSSC talked about incentives and scares. So the money is around, how are we deploying it? He has also talked about PSST. I think now you are the best destination for savings. We've been doing some things. If really I had some 100 billion shillings, I would just come and buy your bond of 15 years. You're giving it a 15%, that would be 15 billion per year. You're taxing it at 10% if it's above 10 years. So really the signal there seems to be saying, people, if you get 100 billion, don't go and set up what Kilonzo is suffering with. Because he has employees, he has everything to do. Why don't you just bring it in a government bond, then go and play golf? So that incentive, as I said, some opportunities can really be not the right ones, but at this point in time, how do we reverse some of these opportunities? Because the policy space is signaling. Is really a signal. Some numbers, inflation, no doubt about it, has come down, but I was looking at what we call the all items index. The index, if you compute change of month by month, year by year, will tell you the inflation. But if you track that index consistently, it tells you where have prices gone and not come back. Because inflation is about their rate of increase. Some prices may no longer be increasing, but they have not gone back to where they were 2 years ago. And I checked October 2023 and October 2021. Prices have gone up overall by 14%. Meaning the 10,000 that used to give you 2 loaves of bread now can only give you 1 loaf with some balance, if you're lucky, for Blue Band, or maybe half a kilo of sugar, because both have gone up. Now that increase eats into the real strength of the shilling, the real strength of the money that people have. But it has even gone up higher in some of the items. Food, the increase is 34%. So something you were buying at 100 2 years ago, you now have to find 134 shillings to buy the same item. In terms of utilities, fuel and energy, the increase is 17%. Meaning now the power of the money that people have, unless they have received an increase in their income, they are much poorer than they were then. That eats into their savings. And when I said, what are people consuming? First priority, 47% of our incomes is really on food and non-alcoholic drinks. Kilonzo doesn't come in there. Something following on closely to that is transport, is health, is housing, is medical, is clothing. 8 items or 8 group of items take up 92% of the incomes of Ugandans. And none of the 8 is in Kilonzo's space. So, unless we ramp up household incomes, and that's really the gist of the parish development model. It's not just about linking up people with the money, pillar 3, but also making sure the money they get can work for them. And that speaks to the roads, pillar number 2. That speaks to health and education, pillar number 4. That speaks to agro-industrialization, pillar number 1. And I think the conversation we have had here, when that Bali thing was coming up, NARO is National Agricultural Research Organization, has been very fundamental in bringing up the types of sorghum that are needed for beer, the type of cassava that is needed for beer. So they talk about sesro 1, 2, 3. Those are really not for you to eat. So R&D is an important part, and government want to give credit. The consistency in funding National Agricultural Research Organization. The challenge we have now is transitioning from what we call the foundation seed to the real seed people can plant. Who is going to multiply that seed? We have a lot of adulteration. And we talked about leveraging the emerging technologies. I know MTN was celebrating 25 years, and one of the things that caught my eye was they came in as a telco company. They are now a techno company. Technology has come up. When I walked out from being in the domains of the Ministry of Finance in 2014, one of the pending things was agent banking. I went in to work with financial sector deepening, and the task the donors gave me, this law must pass. Since that law, how has your business changed?
Thank you, Dr. Mhumza. But also a big, big thank you to the panelists. Sitting here, I'm feeling educated and encouraged and inspired even about this country that we call home. Back to the question at hand, agency banking and how technology generally is transforming the financial sector. Before agency banking, if you needed to bank or do any transaction in the bank, you put on your Sunday best and you made your way to a nearest branch. If you were outside Kampala, that branch was several kilometers away from you, and you lined up. You'll remember lines going around banking buildings 3-4 times over, especially during the school fees period. You don't see those lines anymore, do you? We have technology to thank for that, and it's coming at a fraction of the cost. So agency banking has done two things. It's democratized banking. Anybody, anywhere, as long as you're running a commercial enterprise, you can be an agent of a bank, subject to some terms and conditions, of course. And that has done two things. One, it's bringing banking closer to the people. It's reducing the cost to serve, and it's removing that barrier that we've had between those who can bank and those who couldn't bank. I remember the first bank account, you had to get referees, people had to refer you, and you had to get a letter of good conduct and other things. Sorry? From your LC1 also, your village had to certify who you are before you got a bank account. We are away from that. But not only have we stopped on agency banking, technology has enabled us to do far more than that. Now, with the introduction of wallets, I'll talk about the one I know, which is the FlexiPay, which is powered by Stanbic Bank. There are many other wallets on the market. We are now bringing banking to your pocket, regardless of where you are, on any gadget, however simple, from Katochi Kabiriti to the most advanced iPhone, you can access your banking anywhere at a fraction of the cost. So this financial inclusion thing is now, technology is enabling us to take it to another level altogether, that you can provide banking services at the nearest possible level, which is in the comfort of your home or in a shopkeeper next to you for agency banking. And we're doing it at the lowest possible cost, because if you do a transaction on FlexiPay, it is free of charge. There's no need to charge. And we are further lending our effort to the government of Uganda on financial inclusion. Friends, the right to bank is a basic human right. Everybody must have this thing. So we have to all do our part to make sure that every single Ugandan who's in a productive endeavor is included in the money economy. Having that little gadget where you have a wallet is now becoming your financial passport, because based off the transactions on your account, I can now lend you money. There is a lending product on FlexiPay. So I don't want your title. Please leave your titles at home. We don't want your cars. We don't want collateral. For us to fund a business, what we really, really want is your transactions. And this is what FlexiPay does. And this is the element of bridging that and removing that. In addition to that, we're also adding investment products, that if you have a little money left, and no, Dr. Mhumuza, we're not paying 2%. We're paying far, far more for the deposits that come to us. that on your phone, you can sit there and say, this one I'll invest, this one I will save, and I can borrow for my businesses. And we bring it to a micro level. But we're not doing this alone, because sitting in Crested Towers with the 70-odd branches we have, we can only do so much for this country. So we are going the partnership route. And we are partnering with all SACCOs and all village banking and savings and loan organizations, so that if we empower them, they can in turn empower at a very micro level, right? And that way we create centers of excellence down to the parish level, and we're doing our part in providing this. Our SACCO proposition went live back in 2021, and this fund has close to $100 million that we are struggling to dispense through. Yeah, and I'm pleased to report that, by the way, in that fund, that the monies that we've lent to women have the best performance rate. The women are paying back. Sorry? You tell them. I'm here to tell them again.
And surprisingly, the men are not drinking, so what are they doing?
But really, this issue of financial inclusion, we don't have an excuse anymore. The regulations have come, they are enabling, right? The technology is here. What has been missing is the will to do it. We now have the will to do it. There is no reason why any Ugandan involved in an economic activity cannot have an account or a wallet or any store of value where they can be included in the money economy. There's no excuse anymore. Thank you.
Just don't forget these conversations about current and emerging opportunities. Any banker sitting in there would have said similar things. This is not just Stanbic, it's the whole entire banking industry is speaking for. So the emerging opportunities are out there. How do we tap them? There used to be very risks. I'm calling from MTN, I'm calling from Bank of Uganda, I'm calling from wherever. But again, policy and regulation have sorted that one. Thank you, Bank of Uganda, for taking over more interest in the mobile money space and asking the bankers and everybody else in the space to really educate the population. Financial inclusion must come with financial empowerment and information. You hear somebody calling you, I'm calling from anywhere, now just don't waste your time. Now that knowledge is known. Tom Ferrer has rolled out. And we must protect the small and micro enterprises. So these are policy issues. The emerging opportunities are coming up. They come with challenges, and that's what the PSST was mentioning. We still have our reserves, which are helping us to stabilize the shilling. But when I looked at the reserves again, I tried to go through. We don't just compute reserves in terms of billions of dollars. We convert them into months of imports for next year. What is the cover? Checking through 2 years ago, we needed $3.6 billion to cover we needed about, what was covering 3.6 months of imports was about 3.6 billion. Now we need 3.9 billion to cover the same period. Meaning we need to grow our reserves, we need to protect our reserves. How do we do that? It's a space of making sure we continue exporting, and we have said our biggest destination of exports are our neighbors, the Kenyans. But as their shilling loses value, you don't want to celebrate. Because now some of Kalonzo's fellows are just crossing over the border, the beer is cheaper there. Tourists are headed to Kenya because it is cheaper to get in there. Where does that leave us? These are policy challenges we want to have a conversation about. Before I roll down back my panelists, just in case you have a question, a comment for the PSST, please, this is our conversation. Whether you are in the room or you are out there, I see 2 people on this table. Oh, the hands are coming up. Let me count. Right. I won't cross 7.
For the questions that will be coming in to the panelists and the PSST and any other person, we would like to urge you to be very pointed and precise so that each of us can have an opportunity to ask a question or submit to any of the conversations that we have here. And you saw the very first person was?
The very first person is the closest to me.
Okay.
And then on the same table is number 2.
All right. Say your name, your organization, so that we can know exactly who you are.
Thank you. My name is Alana Kembabazi with the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. My question to the PSST is on the tax expenditures rationalization. We know we lose a significant amount. I think it was 2.1% of our GDP according to the IMF. And one of the things that you've committed to is rationalizing them. But at this point, do you have information of how they're benefiting us? Have you, how far are you? There was a study you were supposed to be doing. And this is very important because we are struggling to find money for healthcare and education, and we are giving tax exemptions to factories or areas that don't actually, may not be benefiting us. I also want to just very quickly associate with all your remarks, and it's very good to hear someone from the private sector make a very strong case on investing in health and education and the fact that we cannot invest our money. I, for one, have a chunk of money that I keep ready for a health emergency that could be in things like unit trust. So, thank you.
We stay right on the same table.
Okay.
We'll pick them round. PSST is taking notes. He's going to say the final word, and he will carry along all our concerns.
Thank you very much. My name is Odokora Shanti Francis. I'm the country director for Oxfam. Oxfam is a confederation of several organizations that work together to fight issues of inequality and injustice. And we've been around for several years. And I'm sure many of us have engaged on the issues of inequality. I was very much impressed by the submission or the remarks, the keynote the PSST has given, and particularly issues of financial inclusion. And that drew my attention to the research report that Oxfam has always been releasing. And one of those issues is around the growing inequality in Uganda. And I'm delighted that the facilitator of today's discussion was one of the people that have contributed to that report. And it tells us that while we've been seeing a lot of development in the country, there's been growing inequality. And we know that about 10% of the richest in this country owns about 35.7%, and that means 90% of us will own, about the 64.3% of the wealth in this country. And I'm really interested to understand how much, in terms of the planning, we are looking at issues of inequality and how we can ensure that the women who contribute the majority in the agricultural sectors, for example, are part of that planning. But we also see the inequality at a regional level. We see the majority of the poor are up in the northern region, and we know that there are several drivers of the inequality in this country, and I can just mention just two of them and I'll close. One of that is the meager investment in the health, education, and agricultural sector. And of course, we have heard about the bloated administrative costs, which of course contributes about 15% of the total budgets of this country, which is quite critical. So how are we working to ensure that we can reduce the cost of administration? Of course, the roads are very bad and we need those big cars and lead cars. But how are we going to work on those? And finally, I'm very concerned about the inequality that is caused by widespread displacement, making way for infrastructural development. How are we ensuring that while we're going into such investment, they are responsible and they take care of the rights of the people who are affected by such investment? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, when he says Oxfam has been around for long, I remember Alternative Basic Education for Karamoja was an initiative by Oxfam and others. We went to building schools for children to go to school, and then we realized in the case of Karamoja, when the rains move, whole communities move, and the schools couldn't move. So how do you deal with that? Oxfam and partners supported us.
All right.
Let's deal with that table, and then we'll go the other side, and then I'll come back.
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I would like to thank the sponsors and the organizers for bringing us here to discuss the emerging economic opportunities. Some of us were going to hesitate to speak, but in terms of staying...
Your name, sir?
My name is Abeka Mayanja, sorry. So I'll go comment by comment. On logistics, we have an opportunity to reduce the cost, because the importance of logistics is that it connects the rural areas with the manufacturers and vice versa. But when you put an excise duty, so in other words, from a policy perspective, given that the global trends are working against us in terms of the price of fuel, it feeds into the prices of everything. So we have an opportunity from a fiscal policy point of view, and with the PSST's initiative on rationalization of expenditure, to reduce the excise duty on fuel, and that can create faster growth. Then going to Anne's comments, I'm also one of those that agree that sometimes a blanket statement on corporate tax works against us. You know, in some countries, if a company is generating revenues which are less than $100,000, they usually pay a lower tax rate. And there's some economic thinking behind it. Because when you look at the GDP identity, one of the constraints is investments is equal to savings. So I hear a lot of focus on discussing the tax to GDP ratio, but tax comes out of investment and income earned. And so it would be interesting if people start looking at the savings rate, savings to GDP ratio, which has been stagnant for some time. And that means that if the savings rate is stagnant, then there is less investment, and so the tax to GDP ratio cannot grow. Then in terms of other opportunities, I think for taxes, you know, I can liken it to a car where, you know, you keep changing the parts. But, you know, for Uganda, we actually need, as a private sector, we need tax reform. We need a new car. And I'll tell you why. You know, when you earn your income, you're taxed. When you go to withdraw it from the bank, then you pay excise duty. When you're driving your car, you're paying tax for that fuel. When you pay someone who is working for you, if they go to withdraw that money from the phone, it's the same income. And when it comes to private equity firms, because we are trying to increase the level of investment to increase GDP, again, that's from the fundamentals, the GDP fundamentals, that if you increase investment, but the private equity firms are saying that if they invest in Uganda, they are taxed at so many levels, at their level, at the level of the company in terms of withholding taxes, and then the capital gains tax at the end, which does not compare with our neighbors. And that's why you see that there's an opportunity for us there to create more investment and more FDI directly into SMEs. And then my last point, again, on, I'll take Anne's comments on digitalization. I don't know exactly what the yield has been on the taxes that were put on mobile money and digital platforms. It's a real constraint, because when you pay people and they say, no, now you first add on the money for withdrawing, did we really achieve the objective? What is the yield of that tax versus the overall objective of digitalization? Then lastly, to UDC, you know, we really thank you for all the initiatives, but you need to look at why UDC was not there for some time. Because, you know, when you keep asking for more investment, you also need to talk about the success that you have with the investments you already have. It's really important to look at the efficiency of capital allocation, and we still have issues with, you know, if you're the public sector and you invest in, say, you know, a construction company, how do we manage that with the other construction companies that are private sector led? For things like cassava, you know, and adding value to minerals where there's no private sector investment, it makes a lot of sense. So, you know, it's very important to look at the history. If you become a constant cost to the budget, then it's not as sustainable. We fail to achieve the objective of stimulating private sector growth. Thank you very much.
Now you are convening.
How do we move? Should those
let's get over
be
there.
answered?
Let's
or?
go over there. There are those 3 hands, you've seen them?
Right
Oh,
here.
there are 4?
We have
Start with those,
4.
There are 4, yeah. Pick up those 4. This man is convening an annual general meeting for UDC. Which,
Doctor, as we get
Jeff
that direction.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Sophie Nampionjuva is my name, from Oxfam in Uganda. It's hard for me to talk after my country director, but I just had one point to emphasize. And picking up from what the MD from Stanbic said about having a different tax regime for SMEs. Government has invested a lot in supporting the youth and women in business in terms of, as part of economic empowerment, which is appreciated. However, the frustration that comes with the different obligations that they have to meet in terms of managing the businesses, especially with paying revenue or paying their taxes, has become a challenge. And picking from what the PS mentioned about the informality, the high levels of informality, we have talked about this, we know this, but not much is being done about it. I think us looking into having different tax regimes is key from the part of supporting these SMEs to survive. And I know it brings in more costs in terms of tax administration, but if we take it step by step, we can't get there. Yes, we know the angles where we get most of our revenue from, and the numbers tell it every year. But then we are not going further into seeing what are these numbers saying. If we realize that the informal sector is high, this informal sector can still be broken down further. What investments are people getting into? What businesses are they doing? And which ones are more affected? Look into them and see how far do we understand the challenges that they're facing and having them addressed. I think government in a certain way is shying away from delving into the informal sector and seeing how to have it come down, reduce the percentages from 70, come down to 50 and then 30, and then you see how to have everyone formalizing and being able to produce, because it's not only frustrating our revenue mobilization, but even the large investments that are meeting their obligations are becoming challenged. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's finish up the three hands that side, and then we'll get back.
The next three, make it quick and precise.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jen Amoge-Okello. I'm the Operations Director at the Uhuru Institute, a social business that supports cooperatives in Uganda and in the region. I will start by thanking all of you for all the different views you've given. I picked up about 3 things that I wanted to bring to light. One, particularly for the PSST. Recently, we've been encountering cooperatives, especially teachers' cooperatives, whose most of their property is actually up for sale, and that is because their payments, the payment deduction system, has not worked for them. So when you mentioned that one of our critical areas of focus is education and financial inclusion, I wondered how the teachers that are the foundation of this education, they are practically suffering, really. So I would really appreciate if you explain to us what's happening with the payment deduction system so that these teachers can settle down in class, because some of them are in hiding and their cooperatives are also about to run down. The other question is for you, DC. Do you have a strategic plan? You kept saying you're intervening. It sounded like, I don't know. I was sitting here and I'm thinking we are intervening. And then I asked myself, if I'm running an institution of its caliber, Uganda Development Corporation, surely there must be some strategic plan, whether it's for 5 years or 10 years, and we as Ugandans would be explained to where we are going, because it's an investment. But now today you're intervening in roads, tomorrow I'm told you're even intervening in iguli making, somewhere in what? In northern Uganda. So I don't know, it might be good for us to understand where we are going. And then, again, I think to all of us here, I am a businesswoman. Uhuru is a social business. And I must tell you guys that integrity in this country is disincentivized. If you have integrity, whether you're going to the tax body or you're going to procure, or you're in a situation where everybody is trying to find ways of, beating corners. And so that in itself makes it very difficult for us to groom Ugandans that will lead us to a place where we are sustainable. So if we don't tackle the issue of giving or showing that it's a good thing to have integrity, but also it's a good thing to work hard and earn the money, we are going to have youth who are looking to follow, assuming Dr. Muhumuza stands up and says he's going to be a politician. They will be running behind him to get money they've not worked for, and that's what is happening. So when we talk about investment, and we talk about a country that has human capital, that is developed long-term thinking, we need to incentivize hard work and integrity. Thank you very much.
Yes, let's be brief, just quick, because we want to.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Ayebari, and I am the chairperson of the Uganda Financial Literacy Association. We are going to be the major player in making sure this information reaches the last person, which is critical for financial inclusion as the conversation has been going. My question was halfway touched in terms of the income distribution. Because we basically deal with people on grassroots, they ask us a lot of difficult questions. And so I would like to know how has the progress been in terms of bridging the income inequality gap, because it's for a fact that there's a correlation between income inequality and poverty. And then on the other issue is that we need to make money as a country, but how are we addressing the issue of the how? Indeed, we've talked about trade-offs here. Recently, the Minister of Finance, Minister of Health released a report of the increase, for example, in the number of mental health issues we have in the country. And on the other side, while we are selling, and alcohol was a big issue. On one side, while the numbers are growing in terms of our output on the alcohol side, we're also having an increase in number of mental health issues. And so, unfortunately, it's 35% that Mr. Kalonzo can account for, but there is also the other 65%. How do we make sure we have the right trade-off, a positive one at that, to make sure that it's a sustainable one? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Muhumuza, how do we proceed? All right. Let's accommodate the other side.
We
too,
agreed you are
for now.
you are a PA in this meeting. So
let's
said we balance the board.
And then balance the board.
So he has the microphone, and next will be.
Thank you so much. My name is Chigong Robert from the Coalition for Sustainable Development. I'll speak to the constituents that I'm representing, and that is the service sector. Internet is a factor of production in this current date. But Uganda has the highest cost of internet at 2.67 compared to other countries in the region. So I'm asking PST on behalf of government to reduce on the cost of internet. It's high, it seems to be low, and these are dollars. A unit cost is at $2.67. But when you add up per month, you realize this is a lot of money that you are paying. And vis-a-vis, we have the highest unit cost of electricity, yet we have the abundance of electricity. So the only way how you can support the service sector and other sectors is considering reducing these unit costs that directly impact us, leave alone the English that we are speaking in this room. But that's how you can support us. I want to believe this is the Davos Forum of Uganda, where decisions are made that will impact the entire country. Lastly, Uganda has the lowest, it's among the lowest countries with 0.52 Human Development Index value, making it 166. That is too bad for us. Yet, the biggest resource for any country are its people, the humans. Madam Jennifer Bamkrachi can witness that 2,000 Ugandans are leaving the country on a daily basis, desperately leaving the country. How are they marketing this country when they leave it desperately? And you pose the question, how do we now market Uganda? it's one of the questions you posed us to. So if we improve some of these, if we improve the human index value for every Ugandan through service delivery, through subsidizing these unit costs, I think that's how you can support us. I beg you to take it back home where you sit. And then lastly is the borrowing rates. We are affected by the high cost that commercial banks, the interest rate is suffocating us. Ask Bank of Uganda to reduce the rates they borrow the commercial banks so that the commercial banks can also reduce the rates at which we borrow. That's how we shall survive in business, because we start business and they close within 2 months or even a week.
Okay. I'm not sure many are borrowing from the central bank. So the central bank is not the cause. It's supposed to lend to them at about 13%, but they are not going there. I don't know where they are picking their money from. They are certainly not printing. They might be having a conversation on what Jeff talked about, and many other things. Right from there, I'll end it here.
Okay, thank you.
You have your 1 minute or two.
Thank you, Doctor. It will not take 2 minutes. Martin Luther King, Daily Monitor. I will ask the PS. You mentioned something about the Business Recovery Fund. I got disappointed a bit. 2 years down the road, the uptake is still stagnated or zero. What is the plan? Should it be disbanded? To go to the person from UDC, he talked about something like 16 enterprises that are supporting. But I've heard that some of them are struggling. Like, I heard that news. Is it true that you're planning to privatize that fruit factory in Soroti? I would like to know that. And my sister Anne, you talked of something which was very interesting about the liquidity in the exchange, foreign exchange market, really. I don't know, you can give this answer either on daily basis or on monthly basis. How much is the interbank foreign trade on daily basis or monthly?
Thank you. Martin? Oh, Priscilla, you've taken my space.
Thank you. My name is Henry Nixon Ogwal. An independent budget advocate, one of the founder members of the Budget Advocacy Group. I think, Professor, you remember that. But I'm also, right now, a root crop producer. So I work with smallholder farmers and SMEs. My first question, therefore, is, my first issue is with the SMEs and financial sector. The study on SMEs financing gap is very clear, and it is an international report. But we have not seen the rigor of implementing the recommendations. I will only highlight one. The SMEs are considered too small by the formal institutions, lending institutions. And yet, they are too big for the informal. So they are just hanging in between there. They struggle. And yet, they are so crucial for this economy. There is need to quickly review those issues that will make them get captured as they grow to actually the big enterprises. Secondly, the PS on tax. There is currently a tax regime that makes you are taxed less if you are exporting to within the region than when you are exporting outside the region. Now, this has made our own farms in Uganda to export to the region who repackage our own produce and send to Europe at premium price. Now, if you look at what we are gaining is very little, and what the neighboring countries are getting is really huge. And interestingly, our citizens in Europe who are working there, they find themselves repackaging what is from Uganda in the name of another country. This needs to be revised immediately to increase the foreign exchange earning, but also a lot of revenue. Lastly, there is, again, on tax. We need to look at the whole value chain when we are looking at the industrial tax. For you to benefit the smallholder farmers, who are, by the way, the majority are women. I'll give an example. Maybe Mr. Kalonzo may bear witness with me on this. There has been a very good improvement onto the use of cassava. I work also so much linked with Naro. So they produce a beer that was so good out of cassava. And immediately, the smallholder farmers were selling. Me, I'm a root crop farmer. We now had where to sell. But my dear, that beer, with the information we have, got a higher tax than anything else. So it became more expensive. And I think almost it has been abandoned. He may not say fully, but what we are trying to say here is you overtax the industrial product, you immediately destroy the whole value chain. And if we cannot ensure that the smallholder farmer earns, you will not address the inequality in this country. Thank you.
Let's do Martin here. Priscilla, let's do Martin, and then we'll get to have as the last contribution on the floor.
Thank you, Doctor. Two things. First, I want to thank the PSST, but just make one comment.
Martin, I introduced the name, but not more details about you. People want to know exactly who is Martin.
Sorry, Martin Anthony Nsubuga, Chief Executive Officer, Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. I had Dr. Muhomuza giving a lot of credit to himself for the work he has done at the Ministry of Finance, and I thought I should not lose this trail. When we talk of the Eurobond, at least I wrote the first debt strategy for this country, and that's what informed the decision for not going via that route. So it is something that is a credit that I think we need to recognize. But also,
now you know why I broke the protocol to bring him in. We share a lot in common.
Yes, but I liked the analogy for the trade-off by the PSST. What came to my mind is the possibility of, that's what came to my mind, the taxes side. Can there be a trade-off, just a small component of the taxes we pay, for example, in the VAT, or pay as you earn, just a small component could be as 0.05% of that, and you pay it back to the person who has paid the tax. And we can use that component to accumulate a volume of savings, long-term saving mobilization. And we can actually attach how that money can be used. A portion could be for long-term, for the pension side. Some could be for microinsurance, for life insurance. And then we could also create a small pot for emergence. The issue is that we are creating one side, trading off the tax, but also creating a pool of savings, which can also help us deal with the interest side, interest cost on the side of government. I think, I don't think it is really much, but I think it can create a very significant impact. I've just been looking at the numbers here of mobile money transactions. It's almost hitting 100 billion. The latest status was around 80 billion US dollars. So just imagine a small component of the tax at the entry point or at the transaction side, but it is remitted to the person to benefit that particular person and subsequently create a pot for that indirectly, and then we can accumulate a fund that cannot be direct, because we've seen the voluntary savings may not be a success story. It is, but it's not very success in many countries, at least we've read. Indirect saving can take us some miles. Just something to think about. the analogy of trade-off. Thank you.
Now, Martin, I'm going to park that with you. Since you said me and you developed a brief that informed the policy, let's detail that brief and you send it to the PSST. Last contribution on the floor, and then we'll get back here to begin the winding up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Kajingo, Vice Chair of Private Sector Foundation. Fantastic keynote, and thank you, panelists. Of course, we are delighted to attend this summit on emerging opportunities, and we thank PSST and the Ministry of Finance at large and the entire government for adopting proposals of the private sector during budgeting and for maintaining an open door policy for us. Now, PSST, we recently commissioned a study in partnership with Uganda Manufacturers Association, which is one of the key members of the Private Sector Foundation, on cost drivers to manufacturing, and logistics are the #1 cost driver to manufacturing. When do we expect the SGR? 2, we are under pressure from the business community to develop some teeth and engage in reciprocity regarding non-tariff barriers in the region. Whenever our maize is blocked, our milk and other commodities, the impact to the value chains of these commodities is very huge. What steps is government of Uganda taking to resolve these issues of NTBs? The other is, I can see my friend here of URA. Of course, we welcome the change in your focus to hand-holding businesses as opposed to cutthroat enforcement. And we hope that that focus will be maintained, that you handhold and do not break. The other is, of course, we at Private Sector Foundation are moving very fast on a catalytic fund that will provide patient capital to the business community. But we'd like to know what the banking industry, and this is to you, Anne, is doing on high interest rates on patient capital. And the other PSST, of course, I'm sure all of you have seen this list that's courtesy of the Daily Monitor. And I appear on the list. I think I would have to have been omnipresent to be both in Dubai and here. But
you possibly came back last night.
Maybe. Or perhaps I am omnipresent. But the business community is very keen, and they were very excited when PSST announced austerity measures. And so when the media does the good job of snooping on some of these things that fly all over the media, it is a very, very big demotivator. So, Mr. PSST, please speak to that. It would be very, very remiss for this summit to end and for taxpayers in here to keep reading the Daily Monitor and sometimes other media reports on some of these things. I will not mention the list or the detail.
Okay.
Because, like I said, I am on the list, but yet I'm here at Serena attending this very good summit. Thank you.
The list will be audited and edited. There might be some people who are not. There is a Muhumuza there, but that's certainly not me. Let's get back here, and I want really for some reason to start with Anne, because you gave me a hard stop. Has it moved? No, so that's why I want to start with you before I get back to the gentleman.
Okay, great.
I don't want it to leave.
Thank you, Dr. Muhumuza. I will take this opportunity to also apologize that I have a hard stop at 6 p.m., so I beg to be released at that time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for the participation. Like I mentioned earlier, this is an afternoon well spent. The learnings, the sharing is simply incredible. I think we should have many more of these. But what's important for me, and PSST mentioned earlier, that we've met in this room and in this building so many times. How do we stop talking and start doing? When do these talk shops start and real policy, real actions get taken out of this? And to that end, I want to challenge you, Dr. Muhumuza, to keep us honest. Let's take away some real actionable points and go home for each of our industries and ponder what to do about this. For me, speaking as a banker, one of the ones that I will leave with, and one that is I hear everywhere I go, is they call it exorbitant. I think it's I will use a different word. But the borrowing cost is a burden to business. For a business to afford a rate to borrow money north of 20%, generate a big return, pay off the operating cost, and keep some for themselves, is a tall order. And we are critically aware of this. And there's real work being done to see how do we reduce the cost of borrowing? Where do we reduce the cost of borrowing? What can we remove from this? And in that work, we call upon the policymakers as well, because they happen to set the floor of the borrowing rate. Any bank will lend you, the formula for a loan, they can add other things, but really it's the cost of funding plus the cost of intermediation plus a margin equals the rate that you get charged. But the floor or the cost of money comes from the government of Uganda, because they are the safest borrower. So if the government of Uganda is borrowing at 15%, that is the starting point for any other borrower, you and me inclusive, right? So the cost of borrowing to government is such a big part of the work that needs to be done. And the PSST mentioned it. And we are happy to see them exploring alternative sources of funding outside of the domestic economy, because this is where it's going to make a difference. And the proposal that Dr. Onegiobel mentioned is so important, that the government borrows this money to put it into other places. How about if we stepped into those places, so that the government can reduce their reliance on that? It's a big one. But also we encourage government, and I want to congratulate the PSST and his team for actioning this particular point. They have, if you go back and check, they have done incredible groundbreaking things to look for sources of funding outside of the domestic economy. Earlier this year, we were proud to be part of a transaction where they borrowed €500 million that was not in the domestic economy. So there are instruments that they can use to relieve the pressure and be able to because once they do that, if the cost of money comes down to 10, the benefit comes to the borrower. So that's number one. Number two is the risk premium. The formula missed the risk premium. The risk premium is just as important. And I'll use this opportunity to also answer the question of funding for SMEs. The risk premium, you know, us bankers, when we lend you, we consider two things: your ability to pay and your willingness to pay. Now, ability to pay we can assess from your financials. But when an SME comes before you without a single book of accounts, it becomes difficult to assess, right? And so you're using a blanket indicator, and that's what you're basing off to assess the risk premium of this entity. So to the SMEs, the work we're doing is empowerment and education to just manage books of accounts. Because when we see what you're doing in your business, we are able to assess your ability to pay, and the risk premium that comes out of that is important. And hence the Stanbic incubator, which is a university where we train SMEs to manage their books of account, to keep a record. And in that record, they're able to then, based off of that, we know what to do to give you some money. But I share with you in the concerns, and as bankers, now I speak as the chair of the engagement committee at the Uganda Bankers Association. This is a work stream issue that we are working on. We have a duty to this country to provide funding at a rate that is affordable. And we slowly but surely are working on that. You will see initiatives now, like the one we just launched last month, where we have removed completely the cost of early repayment. There was a practice by some institutions of charging a penalty if you repay your loan early. That cost has gone away. Effective 1 November, it's not there. Why is this important? This is important because now competition starts to come into real play. If today, as Stanbic, I sleep on the job and not give you a better rate, the bank next to me can give you a better rate. And the cost of you moving your loan from me to bank X, whichever you choose, has now become like that. So all of us as banks are incentivized to give the best possible rate. This is a big thing. And we know that where economists will tell you, where competition is, efficiencies will definitely come. So we see that's one area. The second one, and equally important, and now I'm going to go back to appealing to policymakers, is on the rule of law in this country. As I speak to you right now, there's over 5 trillion Uganda shillings tied up in courts on disputes that ranges between 1 month to about 15 years ago, right? This plays into the risk premium. If I'm lending into an economy where the possibility of enforcing that contract is a question, the risk premium is going to go up. We implore policymakers to give the support that is required to the judiciary so that they can be expedient in dealing those matters. Now that 5 trillion Uganda shillings, whether the money goes back to a bank or goes to a customer, whoever they find in favor of, that's value back into the economy, right? But it also removes the danger that contract enforceability is a concern. And those two things for me are the most important things. PSSD, every time I talk to him, says, I've given you more judges, I've done this. It's not enough, sir. We need more. This is a clear and present danger for banks to be able, and we should, and we want to, lend to this economy at reasonable rates. Those stumbling blocks must be removed quickly. I will end by adding my voice to the issue about taxes on the internet. The internet is a tool for good. It's a tool for development. It's a tool for upliftment. And especially internet charges for education. Those ones are evil, sir. They must go away. My relatives in Kanungu, or wherever, my village, and the person studying in Eton in the UK can be equalized just by the power of internet, because then we unlock education, we unlock knowledge. I don't have to, now in this technology, I don't have to sit in a classroom to learn something. I can go on the net, I will learn how it's done. And Ugandans are brilliant enough to learn and apply and lift themselves from poverty. But every time we create these artificial barriers, we are further widening the gap, and we are further removing more and more people from the productive economy, which they could. So we have the technology. Let's get the policy to make it work. Thank you very much.
That's Anjuko. Those hand claps are for you. Please feel free at any one time to go and attend to that hard break the other side and start it. As a banker, we know just pressing the button might move another trillion into the private sector, especially when you're that space. But it raises very, very important things for us to carry on. How do we bring down government borrowing? Sarah Kajingo has mentioned the SGR. I don't know how it feeds into those logistics, because if we are going to finance it through borrowing, then your same private sector will suffer even more. We are already working on a meter gauge. Can we share off the SGR and first do one of those lines? These are tough decisions and trade-offs. This is a conversation about trade-offs. My colleagues want to have like 1 or 2 minutes as we wind up. What key message do you want to leave with us? Because I really want the PSST to come and give us a closing remark. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, it's been a very interesting conversation, especially from the floor, to see the areas of interest and focus. Now in manufacturing, I'm representing the manufacturers. However, I come from a very tricky one, where we, in the public, have a questionable rep. In private, is another conversation. So I wanted to speak to what we do. Listed at Uganda Breweries, I have a fantastic team. And just bring to life some of the things that we do as a manufacturer, where we are biased to action. We are biased to action. When you look at and harnessing and current and emerging opportunities to consolidate economic recovery, there's one which is capability. We have talked about human capital. And one of the things we do is we are fully committed to inclusion and diversity as a driver of growth. Here you're looking at both the gender and people with disabilities to bring them into the formal economy. As a business, Uganda Breweries, we are at about 32% for manufacturing, and that's female component. As a manufacturing company, it's that much harder because you need people, you need ladies on the shop floor. So being purposeful and deliberate about recruiting, interesting and recruiting ladies through the STEM programs to come on the lines, and we have chemical engineers, mechanical engineers running our factories very successfully, delivering world-class performance standards. I was once told that capital has no emotion. So we have talked a lot about capital and where it is coming from, whether it is from private, government, UDC, and so on. As a manufacturer, we also compete for funds. And here it is trying to prove that our market, our opportunities in the market are the best, and they are the best home for the capital that we have access to. Having tax policies that assure, I think, consistency. The biggest risk is when you have inconsistent tax policies, and every year at budget reading, you're on tenterhooks, wondering, is tax going to go up or not? Is excise going to go up? By how much? If you have another market that has stability in their tax policy, the tax regime, in their excise policies, then that destination would be more attractive. And I'm very happy that we have had stability in Uganda. The dangers of lack of that consistency. I think our neighbors introduced a tax that, an excise regime that is increased at the rate of inflation. So not just your raw material inputs, but your tax itself also increases at inflation. And that experiment, so you're compounding on a problem. That experiment has since been abandoned. So we're very happy that we, again, through the policy makers, did not go that direction. And we hope we can maintain that path where there's some consistency. The tax policies support the attraction of capital through standardization. When you look at the future, innovation for us is a big lever. And innovation in our industry needs investment, and investment at scale. So through the COVID years, we still invested upwards of about 70 billion shillings in infrastructure to be able to produce products that we previously were importing. So the focus has been export replacement. We are now 95% local manufactured with very little importation of our beer products through investment. However, I now have the capacity in the country to innovate further. But the ad valorem regime, if you think about it, ad valorem basically is the more expensive the product, the higher the tax. So that means there's an incentive to innovate into cheap. So the products that I can innovate with and repay the R&D are not that extensive. So the incentive to innovate into other areas, into other products, I've invested into, for instance, a cider plant. I've invested into, mixed drinks, which previously we were not manufacturing in Kenya. Nobody was manufacturing in Kenya. Now we can, and a few other manufacturers in the industry. But the incentive is not there because the tax is higher on these products. So unlocking further innovation that can now open maybe fruit use in some of these drinks and expand our portfolio of raw materials is there if the tax regime facilitates for innovation across various sectors. And I could go on. I think there's something around capacity, how we are able to scale. We have the capacity to scale significantly, and that I believe is the triggers and the catalysts that will be able to unlock this economic recovery that consolidate the economic recovery that we're looking for. So favorable return, attractiveness, and long-term opportunities. So stability. When we get funds, we're looking at 5 years out. What is going to be what's the tax policy? Success, we have seen in the past, local raw material incentives were put for products that were based on certain over 75% local raw material sourced. That has caused investment into farming. Where else can we look for similar opportunities to be able to grow this economy? I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dennis, your take on. You had a few questions, but please try to run them down.
Okay.
Fast paid.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those pertinent questions. What I would like to assure you is, one, that UDC has a strategic plan, a 10-year strategic plan, and that 10-year strategic plan is what guides our operations as UDC. When it comes to investments, what I'm talking about, we have intervened. We intervene in form of equity participation. So when we talk about equity participation, government gets shares in the organization that it is investing in. And these 16 enterprises that we have supported are enterprises that we have a stake in. We have equity participation in. And other areas of our intervention are also in lease financing. So we're able to buy equipment, lease equipment to some of these facilities, and also shareholder loans that we give to some of these facilities. We also offer business development services and investment advisory services to many of these enterprises that we intervene in. And yes, we've learned from the past. We definitely learned from the past. And we have we go through a rigorous process before we invest. And we do due diligence. We're able to check the health of the enterprise before we invest. So it's not walk in today and walk out tomorrow. It's a process. It's a process. Because one thing we need to understand is that industrialization is not an event. It is a process. So when we talk about enterprises, you will not start, I think for the business community here, they will tell you, you will not start an enterprise today and you expect to have the profit tomorrow. It takes time of growth. The enterprise grows until you have recouped your capital input and you'll be able to become profitable. So many enterprises go through that process, and definitely there are a few that are still in that process. Most of these enterprises that we're invested in are maybe about 3 years. They've just had an investment of almost 3 years. And in 3 years' time, you also all appreciate that we had 2 years of struggling, the COVID period, which also affected many of these. Now, when we invest in some enterprise like the construction sector, as I told you earlier that, once we invest in construction, we are going to local content because we are trying to see how can we offer import substitution. Because instead of having foreign firms taking on some of these big projects, can we strengthen a local company so that the local company is able to also take on some of these projects? And that means the money stays in the economy and it impacts all of us. So those are things that we need to appreciate. When we strengthen our local farms, then that will also help. The issue of Nguli, we are not producing Nguli. We are not supporting any enterprise at the moment that is producing Nguli. Probably the enterprise you're talking about is an enterprise that is producing ethanol for cooking, green energy. It's called denatured ethanol. It is in Nuoya. So this farm produces denatured ethanol, a green fuel. One, green fuel is helping our economy, is helping the environment from our local raw materials, from the cassava. It's also engaging also from maize and other grains. And this green energy currently, this farm is exporting this green energy to Kenya. Almost most of it is going to Kenya. And that means it's bringing foreign exchange into the country. And that is good for our country. Currently, they've also started selling the green energy within Uganda. They're also producing a stove that uses that green energy for cooking. So we are not making nguli. It's not for consumption. It's not an alcohol drink that is being consumed. So we are not participating in that area. Our area of participation is in the green energy for that. I hope I have been able to answer all your questions.
Ably well.
Thank you.
And it's good you have ended on a good note from your neighbor this side, that you're not part of the other 65% that we are looking for and we can't see them. Jeff, your 2 minutes before the PSST fails to sign that agreement and so that the economy can run tomorrow.
Yes. As the Swahili would say, yangu takuwa machache. Very short. I'm taking up from what the MD of Stanbic Bank left us with, that how do we move forward with something solid that we have been meeting year on year? How can we move, and she actually challenged you, the moderator, to help us move on to something which you can say, which the PSST can say at the next summit, that this is what we've done, this is what we did, because we gave ourselves this assignment. So I'm proposing that on behalf of our subsector, that we pick up from the PSST's conversation on domestic revenue. We latch on it an open conversation on domestic savings. As I said, domestic savings and domestic revenue they have a direct correlation. If the, let me not say if, when the PSST can move us and we team, and we can come up with a formula which impacts positively on the savings rate, and which means also on the general interest rate regime, we can submit something for consideration. I think that would be worthwhile if at the next summit we have worked on that. Because I don't think we can fail to cause the savings rate to move up even by 1%. I don't think we can fail. But I'm sure we can do much better than that. I don't think we can also fail to make a downward, to put downward pressure on the lending rates. By how much, we don't know. But if the PSST can move us, I think we can work on that. I want to stop on that. I have nothing more useful to say at this point.
That credit of that last statement goes to our late Professor Emmanuel Mutebide, who would always have nothing useful to add after he has listened so much. I can as well say I have nothing useful to add, but to really thank all of you for this engagement that has been very useful. There are many things we have taken over from the previous summits. Lending rates may not have come down, but at least they haven't gone up unnecessarily. And I think what the PSST and Anjuko mentioned, another thing that has been taken up is we still have investments, but how do we begin to look for sources outside the economy? Stanbic has just mentioned one of the things. So quite a number of things that have actually been picked up by the ministry. A round of applause for my panelists, as I want to invite Priscilla to come and invite the PSST. And she may want to run up a few things. Priscilla gave me this seat. I want to give it back to her. Dan Cassidy, thank you very much out there for this engagement. This is your space.
she has something to invite us in case she forgets. There's a cocktail. I'm just rumoring.
A round of applause for Dr. Fred Muhumuza. Thank you so much, Dr. Fred, and to our dear panelists, thank you so much. Re-echoing internet as a necessary tool for the future, PSST, I also stand here to let you know that Stanbic Bank requires that internet to move the future. You do have the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda equally requiring that internet to be able to resonate with the economy and those that need to get their funding. You do have the Uganda Development Corporation. Its subscription also requires a fair play in the internet costs to be able to transact and able to extend development to the last person. The Uganda Women's Network, women, we need that internet. Our marketing is done so well on the internet, but the cost can be better. Prudential Insurance also now interacts with its customers across the region using internet, as well as the Uganda Revenue Authority that has also through the internet done a good job in ensuring that they cater to the Treasury. With that case, those that have joined us for the 7th Summit PSST have joined us through internet. You do have over 1,000 people that have been in this room virtually. And so we do have a comment here, just picking one from where we are looking at YouTube here. The easiest way to recover Uganda's economy is by pushing local investors and providing market for the local products than speaking a lot of English, rather confusing the common man. Well, at the end of the day, it's done and dusted, harnessing the current and emerging opportunities to consolidate economic recovery. Dear PSST, Ramadan Gobi, what saith the you?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be pretty quick. I've written, this notebook is full. All of the salient issues, I've captured them. And we are going to, I'm going to give them to my team and incorporate them in our policy framework where they fit. But there are those common features which I think I should comment on briefly, especially in the space of tax, which have come across, for example, the benefits which perhaps we are getting from tax exemptions. The lady was wondering whether we've had studies which can point to these benefits. I think in the hindsight, she's saying, why don't you just stop those things called tax exemptions than even having a more conversation on them? I want to encourage you never to throw away the water that you are having in the tank at the expectation of rain. It's not a very wise thing to do. First, keep that water until you are sure that the clouds up there you are seeing, they are going to bring rain, and the rain has started falling. So we have been carrying out an analysis of our tax expenditure portfolio. The IMF told us about a couple of years ago that you are losing 2.5 percentage points of GDP, of your tax to GDP because of exemptions. We have been able to carry out an analysis on the cost benefit, and we are finding that that data is not yet conclusive, because you need also to know that by and large our tax regime in Uganda is indirect. some of those who we want to create an ecosystem which will create more business. And then from that, we end up also actually getting more revenue. And that's what we want now to pin in terms of data. And a number of researchers have been helping us, but still their research is inconclusive. That's why I was telling you, therefore, I am not sure that I should just throw away the water which I already have in the tank, simply because I'm seeing the weather is changing. The rains might pass. So I want to first get that clarity. So I'm really hesitant to say that we are seeing in the foreseeable future stopping, but we are rationalizing them. What are we doing? Put in place a cost-benefit kind of analysis, and you inform those exemptions as you offer them, and we are doing that now. Number two, put in place a sunset clause that these exemptions are not perpetual. If you have promised, for example, that you're going to employ Ugandans, you're going to use our raw materials, you are going to do all those things which we get promised, we track. If they are not forthcoming, we stop there, and even we can recover. We are also ensuring that we are putting in place a good mechanism with URA and UIA so that we can monitor these exemptions and be able to then have enough data without noise to establish the facts of the benefits or the loss. But I want to tell you, all you are hearing about losses, they are mainly hearsay and some perceptions. I want to see that study which is conclusive. All of the studies I've looked at, they are not very conclusive. Now, the other issue I wanted to comment on briefly is the inequality by Oxfam. Yeah, I know since the days of my good friend, Madam Winnie Byanyima, we have been having conversations on inequality, and Oxfam is doing a great job to remind all of us in the world that we need to create a world which is relatively good for everybody. In Uganda, we are not just looking at this situation or even just planning about it, we are actually fixing it by structuring programs that are going at the base of the pyramid. When you look at primary education, you look at the issue of now the parish development model. We are the first country in the world to dedicate almost 2% of GDP to getting to the pyramid at the base of it. Not necessarily as a cash bonanza to give people. We have been very deliberate in designing it to have a better way of getting this money to those people who perhaps society had given up on, saying, those are, like many elites, when you are talking a Myoga parish development model, they're like, but you are wasting money. What are those programs? They are wasteful. The people who are saying that, they are not anywhere potential beneficiaries, or perhaps they don't even understand the realities that are going on in the lives of certain Ugandans. And now we have started to see good response in terms of the way we are implementing these. At first we were passing through middlemen and the results were predictable. Now we have direct remittance of this money to the beneficiaries, from treasury to the account of the beneficiary we tick 14 boxes for them to access. And we shall have a mid-term review in the near future, and really I very much hope that we shall perform well. You know, they say a very good kind of intervention of that nature is worth some inefficiency because it is for the good cause, and that good cause is to act on the inequality. But also not forgetting that investing in people is more practical in addressing inequality than anything else. That's why Uganda, much as we have these high voices of inequality, you are the Oxfam, you know our Gini coefficient vis-a-vis the Gini coefficients of our peers and many others. It increased from 1992, when you compare 92 to the last household survey we held, but we are still at a level which is not very bad. But we are mindful of that. That's why we are talking of full monetization of the economy. Get people who are not in the money economy to join the monetary economy. Some people were saying, no, you are wasting money, because they are not the ones are down there. The rest of the things, I've gotten them on savings. The senior has been explaining very well, but one thing I wanted, I think it was Abu Baker talking about the private equity funds. We are currently finalizing a study on the tax regime of the private equity funds to look at especially capital gains tax and withholding tax, especially at the exit. And we see how we could harmonize it with the requirements for revenue, so that we can attract more of these private equities, and then the ecosystem, we gain from the ecosystem more revenue. These are the trade-offs I was saying. You trade off this small revenue you think you are getting, and then you get more revenue at the end of the day. But we wanted to be sure. One thing I want to assure you, me, I don't work with rumors. I don't want to work with hearsay. I don't want to work with the sweeping statements, with emotion. I want numbers. Just to show me the numbers. The following day, I'll be able to integrate it in the policy arena, and it works. So we shall talk on the numbers, and the good thing you have saved me of UDC. Where is UDC? They have told you, go and look at the money from the people who have the money. Don't come to me. But definitely you are my problem. I will continue to ensure that I look at for capital. UDC is doing a fantastic job of getting into that space where in Uganda we were not willing to go as private sector. I had, I think, a comment on Soroti Fruit Factory. You know, those people were there suffering with those oranges rotting. They are selling a sack of oranges to some of our neighbors in Kenya at 20,000 shillings. Myself, I went, when I was at the board of UDC first time, we went to Soroti, and we went to visit a man. I have his image in my phone. I think one day we'll go and look for him. He took us to a big garden, because that factory had installed the one. And he said, please look. And you could see fantastic oranges, hectares and hectares. I asked him, so how much? He said, you harvest whatever you want. You harvested. A big box. He said, how much is this one? He said, give me whatever you want. When we gave him 20,000 shillings, the man was so happy. I said, now, no, this is not acceptable. We came and took a decision, invested. Now, along the way today, everybody is now a wise person about how Soroti should work. And there are so many people interested in investing in the Soroti Fruit Factory now to actually buy stake. I'm sure he's engaging some of them. Why is it lucrative now? Because UDC has experimented. And that's the job of government. Do experimentation. If you find that it works, then private sector will take over. Because private sector is about making money. It's not about doing experiments. They don't have money for experiments. It's only government which can get such money. So we shall continue to invest with the UDC. He has asked for one thing: stop giving us project money. Give us capital. I've already gotten the entire space he had in the law. UDC is supposed to have 500 billion as capital. We gave them now $1 trillion. But all of it is in earmarked projects, earmarked investments. We are saying now, let us raise the capital bar, I think to about 2 trillion. So we shall look for another $1 trillion, I think, over the medium term, get it to UDC, and ensure that they can be able now to be the ones to evaluate the investments and continue to invest with those people whom they want to experiment with. And then we shall be able to get the economy to work. The teachers' cooperatives that is suffering, I will need more information, ma'am, and we liberate our teachers. You know, everybody has passed through a teacher. We shouldn't allow our teachers. I didn't get it properly. I will. That gentleman behind you should be able to get clear information, and we address it. The cost of internet, ladies and gentlemen, you know where we have come as Uganda. We have come from far. Things grow. That's why in economics we draw curves. We don't grow pyramids or curves. Curve moves smoothly. We have come from far. You remember a few years ago where we were with the internet. It couldn't even work. You could be there, you click on something, and it's looking at you, staring at you for about 3 minutes. Now, supersonic speed. What do you think has happened? Is it magic or what? It's been investment. And we are continuing to invest in especially the broadband and ensuring that the backbone infrastructure is laid out. NITAU and Ministry of ICT, they're having now a big project of about $300 million to get the internet spread out. And then after that, with the economies of scale and the other linkages, we shall be able to bring down the cost to our other peers and so on. But we have come from far as this is concerned. Sarah Kajingo, SGR, we have started the procurement process for it this financial year. But in the meantime, we have worked on the stopgap measure for the period when we shall be getting financing. Now it has become even more expensive. And also ensuring that we go through the entire process of constructing it. But now we are working on the meter gauge railway, which I think you see the works ongoing, Malaba, Kampala, so that we can pull the cargo, at least from Mombasa, on the meter gauge. And we are working closely with our friends in Kenya, but also now to link up with the meter gauge, the standard gauge later. These NTBs, yes, it's one of the main challenges we are having in East Africa. caused by what? Unilateral industrial policy. Each country sat in our small rooms and thought out policies we are going to use to industrialize each other. And we are producing common items, similar items. So we are now starting, and because we can't put taxes, tariffs, so they use the non-tariffs. They start to say, don't bring your milk. We have a lot of milk here also. Don't bring sugar. Don't do this. So we are now having a conversation at ESC on how best to do industrial policy at regional level, so that we agree also on which items each country should specialize in. And then we avoid this primitive competition we are in. But as you have seen the numbers, despite the NTBs, the ESC has smoothed trade in East Africa. And the countries which used to be net importers, now we are net exporters to each other, because trade has been created. You remember those things we talk of in MBA, trade creation. It's for real in East Africa. So we need to nurture more the ESC, and that's why I am so happy with our manufacturers in Uganda, who, instead of asking us to retaliate in these NTBs, they are just encouraging us to have good conversations with others, and we reach a harmonious way of doing it. But also we are looking for markets, alternative markets, because we are also, I think, now saturating this a small market. Annie Juko left, but please tell her we are working with the high courts to ensure that we release these monies. The Chief Justice of Uganda in our Judicial Council, every time we sit and he sees my face, he says, PSST, this quarter, what are we doing about this? And we are going step by step, and we are now improving on that. I want to conclude now by telling you that I learned recently something which I used to teach, that you can do it in another way. I get so many people in Uganda, and you know, Ugandans, we are so enterprising. We Ugandans, we love to make money. Uganda is a very wonderful country. I've seen many other countries where people have opportunities, they just sit down, wait for government. Ugandans know how to look for money. But if you want to get rich, and perhaps wealthier than anyone else, please ask yourself, what are you doing that is so unique from what the rest are doing? If you are doing things that everyone else is doing, why should we expect to earn more than the average? Because everybody is doing it. So in Uganda, therefore, we need to start thinking, how can we be different when we are innovating, when we are doing business, than just jumping on what another is doing, and another one, and another one, and we all want to be rich. In the world which I have seen, rich people, especially those who are wealthier, are those who are doing things which nobody else has thought about doing. I thank you very much, NTV, for the partnership we are continuing. The 8th one will be better and bigger. I want to assure you of that. As government, we shall continue to come out and explain what we are doing, but also where we are making mistakes, we get to know. Where we are having distortions, we get to know. And then that feedback helps us to improve, and we shall be able to improve on those areas. I thank you very much. declare this closed.
Thank you very much, Ramadan Gobi, the Permanent Secretary, and Secretary to the Treasury for that wonderful closing speech and remarks. And of course, many thanks too for earlier the keynote speech that triggered the conversation that has led to a rich yield of information and of course perspective on our policy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a special commendation goes to our sponsors, Stanbic Bank, Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda, the Uganda Development Corporation, the Uganda Women's Network, Prudential, as